would like to extend a warm welcome to all the distinguished guests, speakers, and participants. Your presence today reflects the importance of the discussions we are hoping to have today and the valuable insights that we are hoping to share. So before we dive into the exciting sessions ahead, I'm delighted to introduce our Division Director, Dr. Parul Munjal, who will be officially welcoming you all and setting the tone for the event. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, Ria. So, a very good morning, everyone. I would like to thank you all for being here this morning to be part of this conversation around conserving culturally significant places in India. It is my privilege to welcome you all to this event through which we mark the completion of 20 years of the adoption of the INTACH Charter for the conservation of unprotected architectural heritage and sites in India. It's a part of your delegate pack, and many of you may have got multiple copies because we are trying to, over the last year and onwards, disseminate, this as a document extensively. I extend a warm welcome to the paper presenters here. Thank you for being here. The session chairs for kindly agreeing to be part of this, and all members of the INTACH family, and also our special guests who've taken time out to be here today. Welcome to all of you who are viewing the sessions virtually through the live streaming as well. So the symposium is a follow-up to a call for papers that we had formulated, the editorial team of INTACH Journal for Heritage Studies had formulated and announced in October 2025. And we had actually outlined some key focus areas. These focus areas had emerged from deliberations over the years, feedback, reviews, inputs that were published either in academic journals such as Context-Built Living and Natural, or presented at various INTACH platforms like the INTACH convention that happened in 2022, and workshops, feedback sessions with the heads of divisions, our staff members, and input from the Academic Council of the INTACH Heritage Academy. In articulating the title of this call for papers and the symposium, Conservation of Unprotected Architectural Heritage and Sites, as mentioned in the INTACH Charter, is referred to as culturally significant places in India, derived from the Borough Charter, the Australia ICOMOS Charter for Places of Cultural Significance 2013. The Borough Charter applies to all types of, I'm quoting here, all types of places of cultural significance, including natural, indigenous, and historic places with cultural values. As we invite examination of conservation in the present-day context of India, we are conscious of shifts in the global scenario that acknowledge a wider construct of places of cultural significance over the 2 decades since the INTACH Charter was adopted. Over the last 2 decades, there have been developments in global frameworks that focus more on acknowledgement of diversity and inclusivity in the definitions of heritage as well as approaches towards its conservation. The idea of heritage has become more and more all-encompassing, interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, and at the same time region-specific. The question is, are these aspects specific to India that remain unaddressed? Are there such aspects? Do we need to propose frameworks at the national level? Do we need to revisit certain terminologies and definitions from an alternate lens? A case in point is the term living heritage. It has been addressed in the INTACH Charter as unprotected sites that are still in use. It has been referred to it in such a way, while it is commonly used today as a synonym for intangible cultural heritage. On the other hand, why couldn't we call natural heritage also living heritage? Because it is the components of natural heritage such as flora and fauna which are literally living. So these are this is just to bring a case in point with respect to how we refer to such certain terms and how various disciplines could be perceiving these terms. As we discuss a national approach, it is also important to address whether or not the cultural diversity within our country is represented in our understanding of the conservation approaches we are talking about. How does the approach and decision making vary across regions, communities, typologies of heritage in India? Is there underlying traditional knowledge that is guiding interventions in culturally significant places which are localized or regional in their nature? How does the decision making get informed by the environmental, social, political, and economic context of the place? And who are the significant stakeholders in this entire process? National and regional realities of the present day are not the same as that of the early 21st century. This brings us to questions around how these socio-economic and environmental shifts are actually impacting conservation efforts in the current Indian context. How can we adapt to the changing dynamics of the country as it evolves from a developing to a developed nation? What are the new uses of heritage that make it relevant in this evolving context? Are policies, schemes, and agendas adding to issues in conservation or solving these? What are the challenges of development that are conflicting with questions of identity? And how does heritage get positioned in the minds of people? Furthermore, various processes involved in conservation can impact the people around or those involved in the process directly or indirectly. These impacts need to be examined and understood better. What are the measurable positive and negative impacts in the social and economic context? How can these potential impacts be embedded into the project scope? How do they shape the conservation approach to ensure a focus on sustainable development? These are the questions we started with, and you would have all seen these questions in the call for papers. And we received a response with 125 abstracts, which was very heartening, out of which 48 were then shortlisted and for presentation of papers through this 2-day symposium. And these abstracts and these ideas that were represented, that were shortlisted, actually bring up discussions around various types and scales of heritage. The range extends from temples and monuments to vernacular heritage, forts, mills, museums, heritage parks, heritage precincts, cities, towns, settlements, sacred groves, cultural landscapes, and indigenous landscapes, in addition to traditional knowledge, riverine heritage, and other expressions of intangible heritage associated with places. The authors have highlighted concerns about representation of built heritage, bridging the tangible and intangible, community involvement, decolonization, usability, utility, adaptive reuse, identity, memories, livelihoods, heritage education, architectural integrity, and the need for typological approaches for conservation. And these are only to name a few, of course. In some cases, specific communities or stakeholder groups have also been addressed in particular. I'm happy to bring up this publication here that we've brought out. We've just printed limited copies here. But this is, of course, we're going to circulate to everyone in soft, and we are happy to bring this out. And the 2 days of the symposium look definitely very promising, and we look forward to engaging with the diverse types and scales of heritage, the multiple lenses of viewing, the concerns around these, and the discourses around approaches towards conservation of heritage. We start with the first day of paper presentations and discussions here today with 17 papers being presented. And tomorrow we'll have online presentations, and 31 papers are going to be presented in the online mode. And these will be spread across 10 sessions, and some of which will be conducted simultaneously. So to enable everybody's able to view, we are going to be streaming today's sessions live on YouTube. And tomorrow we are going to be recording, and then we'll be releasing those recordings on the YouTube channel. Each session is chaired by 2 experts. So this was a question that some asked, that why 2 chairs? So the idea was that there should be 2 experts to enable a rich exchange of ideas amongst the paper presenters and the chairs. Once again, I welcome you all and thank you for enabling this dialogue that has the potential to guide action and approaches in the field of heritage conservation in India. Thank you very much, and a very, very warm welcome again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Due to some circumstances, our esteemed chairman, retired Major General L.K. Gupta, is unable to join us today at the event. Nevertheless, we are honored to have with us our member secretary, Mr. Ravinder Singh. Mr. Singh, a retired administrative officer, served as secretary and additional secretary in India's Ministry of Culture, overseeing the preservation and promotion of tangible and intangible heritage. His significant contributions include initiating cultural festivals abroad, enhancing India's World Heritage sites, and managing heritage conservation projects. He has chaired the India Literacy Board and served as an independent director for Agra Smart City, focusing on sustainable tourism and skill development. Mr. Singh has also contributed to research on heritage management and served as an advisor for various government initiatives. He has extensive experience in general administration, tourism, and cultural preservation. So, I would like to request our esteemed member secretary to kindly say a few words and share some insights with us. Sir, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, and first of all, thank you, Dr. Parul, for giving such a comprehensive overview of the kind of challenges which are there 20 years after INTACH Chapter. And in fact, we have seen a paradigm shift in what really culture means and how, from limiting more to conservation on built heritage, we are, in practice at least, INTACH has moved far beyond what was, I think, initially thought of in its chapter. So a welcome to all the delegates, and I'm sure everyone is very keen to listen to what you all have to say, because both with your experience and academic achievements, I'm sure that you will all contribute a lot towards the development of INTACH Chapter and its finalization. I have the chairman's address. As you heard, he's not been able to attend today, so I'll just read out what he has to say. The year 2024 marks two important landmarks: completion of 40 years of INTACH and 20 years from the adoption of the INTACH Charter for the conservation of unprotected architectural heritage and sites in India. INTACH was established when it was realized that government alone cannot protect heritage without the people's active involvement. The amount and diversity of heritage in our country is overwhelmingly large, and its conservation is a big challenge that INTACH has been engaged with over the last 4 decades. Through this journey, many diverse and talented individuals and ideas have shaped it to become the prestigious institution it is today, a bastion for cultural awareness and conservation. It has remained true to the ideals and values of cultural conservation and is today a strong and vibrant institution. The institution focused primarily on conservation of the unique cultural identity and heritage of India in its various manifestations. It was peopled by individuals imbued with a deep sense of commitment and dedication to heritage conservation. Through the experience of our earliest associates and our present ones, we have tried to capture how we have evolved and grown into a respected national organization with a reputed standing in society and a voice heard with seriousness in the corridors of power and by the community. Over the years, INTACH has set the agenda for conservation to incorporate intangible heritage crafts, listing, outreach programs, including heritage education and publications, in addition to conservation of built, material, and natural heritage. Its programs and initiatives have effective changes at the policy, social, economic, and cultural level. The goals of community development and empowerment, capacity building, and social and collaborative networks have all contributed to its metamorphosis into a think tank and an influencer in all matters related to heritage conservation. It is frequently invited to be a knowledge partner with various government and non-governmental agencies nationally and internationally. The adoption of the INTACH Charter at the International Convention on November 4th, 2004 was representative of the role of INTACH in acknowledging the need for an approach towards conservation that accommodated the diverse strands of conservation ideology existing in India. While it was formulated as a document for the unprotected architectural heritage and sites in India, it has served as a resource that has been referred at the global level and may have found application beyond unprotected heritage as well. The initial draft of the charter was prepared by Professor A.G.K. Menon, assisted by Naveen Piplani, and developed further based on an inclusive and democratic process of dialogue. 20 years ago, the Charter came out as an embodiment of the accumulated experience and expertise of INTACH over a period of 2 decades. Today we stand here with 2 more decades having passed. I am positive that the deliberations of this symposium will highlight socio-cultural and economic ground realities of the present day and help in charting a way forward for conservation approaches for culturally significant places in our country. Thank you. So thank you very much, and I think we are all very keen to hear Professor Menon on what has happened 20 years down the line and what suggestions he has. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. So, of course, we are honored to have with us Professor A.G.K. Menon. I would like to give a brief introduction. Professor Menon is an architect, urban planner, and conservation consultant practicing in Delhi for over 40 years. He is actively engaged in research, and his contributions have been extensively published in professional journals and several academic books. You would like to know that he was not only the founder member, one of the founder members of INTACH, but it's already been mentioned that in 2004 he was the principal author of the INTACH Charter for the conservation of unprotected architectural heritage and sites in India. Today, as we are hoping to bring together academics and practitioners to reflect on evolving practices of heritage conservation, focusing especially on India, and marking the 20 years of INTACH Charter, we humbly welcome you, sir, as our keynote speaker. Now, I would like to request Mr. Singh to felicitate Professor Menon. So, please give a big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to request Professor Menon to please give the keynote address.
Good morning, and thank you for inviting me. It's home, and yet it's a place that one wants to engage with as an institution. So both I'd like to do today, that I'm not only talking to people who are family members, but also perhaps people who are engaged in conservation, engaged in our culture in a more objective way. So part of my talk is subjective, part of it is objective. Normally, I can't help it, but the two halves that come together here. So I will try and do that and try and explain what is meant, because the challenge that you've given me today is very difficult. To assess what happened in 20 years, to assess what's happened in 40 years of INTACH is not going to be an easy task. And it cannot be done, shall we say, in a clinical way. It cannot be clinical. It will have to be messy, it will have to be speculative, it will have to be in many ways more questioning than stating facts. So firstly, I'd like to thank you for inviting me. It's certainly a great honor to be here, as I said, be at home and be a part of the world of cultural heritage. We have discussed the subject before, and so quite often I have to make a distinction between what was said before and what I want to say now. A lot has been said to the same home audience before. So perhaps sometimes it bears repeating, but it also needs to be contextualized into what we want to say. Now, to begin with, there are two themes of this symposium. One is, of course, conserving culturally significant places in India. And the second is marking 20 years of INTACH Charter. Both have their roots in the idea of INTACH. Now, I'm stressing the fact of idea of INTACH because much of it has to do with that idea. What was the idea of INTACH that has generated 40 years of work that we are going to be listening to today? And what was the idea of INTACH that 20 years ago generated a charter that we are going to be marking today? How are they related? What relationship do they have? As I said, each of them have an independent point of view. You know, the paper writers, generation after generation writing papers, they wrote it 40 years ago, they're writing 40 years later now, and 40 years later perhaps again we'll be having another symposium on culturally significant places and studies. So we need to sort of begin to make some sense. What are we doing? Are we generation after generation going to do studies on culturally significant places and make a presentation and pat ourselves on the back and say that we're a complex civilization and say that we are extremely diverse and etc. etc. Then what? What do we make out of that? We said that 40 years ago. We're saying that today, and perhaps 40 years later we'll be saying it again. Maybe with less intensity, because each 40-year generation, things are getting more and more globalized, more and more homogenized, more and more like what others are doing. So the question today is that we need to assess 40 years ago what were we saying, and 40 years later what are we saying now? And 20 years ago what was the charter, and what is it now? So both need to be discussed, and both have, as I said, and I repeat, to do something with the idea of India, idea of INTACH, idea of culture, idea of Indian culture, etc., etc. It's I say that with a sort of bit of background because just a few weeks ago I was addressing a similar subject at ICOMOS in Brazil. There also they were marking 60 years of the Venice Charter, and they decided to have a symposium in which they said, look, we have to revisit the Venice Charter because 60 years, a lot has happened since 64 to 2024. A lot has happened. Venice Charter was written in 1964 with a particular ethos, with a particular cultural idea. And 60 years later, we got to revisit it. Are we in the position to revisit the INTACH Charter? Do we have sufficient material to say that this is what we want to do? We want to revisit it. There was something that was good about it, something that was a problem with it, and we got to revisit because the world has changed. Now, I would like to do that with the papers also. This is the 40 years ago we were talking about culturally significant places. 40 years later we are talking about culturally significant places. What's happened in the meantime? I'm just, while we were having tea, having a chat with someone who's written a paper on Ekamra Kshetra, and it struck me that 30 years ago we did a study on Ekamra Kshetra. And here, 30 years later, there's another paper is being presented on Ekamra Kshetra. What is the difference? Who is assessing? Who is wondering what was the study then, what's the study now, and what will be the study undoubtedly 30 years from now when another paper on Ekamra Kshetra is presented, or any other such culturally significant place. So we need to do that. So part of my talk today is, you got to forgive me, it's not a prepared paper. It comes from the heart, so it'll be a bit chaotic, it'll be a bit impressionistic, maybe not as scientifically rigorous as your papers that have been presented because you spent a lot of time writing your papers, very intellectually rigorous. This may not be as intellectually rigorous because it comes from a particular point of view. So as I said, 30 years ago a study on Ekamra Kshetra was done. 30 years ago a study on Banaras was done. 30 years later we know what's happened to Vishwanath Dham in Banaras. And one wonders what happened 30 years ago when we did a study on Banaras, and What's happened 30 years later when this Vishwanath Dham project is done? Or you can name on and on and on, because right now we are into the midst of Hridaya project of Government of India. We are doing a lot of culturally significant places. Who is evaluating what was said then, what is being done now? Who will say something that's being done later? So one thing is, of course, we in India are extremely intelligent. Give us a subject, we'll tell you something intelligent about it. There's no doubt about it. So whether it is culturally significant places, we'll give you a very intelligent study of it. The question I'm asking is, as INTACH, what is our role? Is our role to merely regurgitate papers, keep presenting papers, at some point have volume 1, volume 2, volume 3, volume 4, volume 5, but who reads these volumes? Which brings me to my first point, who reads the charters? So we are marking 20 years of INTACH Charter today at the symposium, and we are saying we want to mark it. Mark it why? Who's read it? Who's followed it? What critical ideas do we have about the charter? I say that again with a bit of a unfortunate experience, because again last week I was at in Kathmandu evaluating projects that were undertaken after the earthquake, and INTACH has done a lot of work there. Others have also done a lot of work there, and it gave me a sort of a bird's eye view of what is happening in conservation, because they were well documented. A lot of things, it's not as though you look and have an opinion. These are documented projects. So there's so much to talk. Who evaluates it? Who says that what INTACH did was good, bad, indifferent? Who says that what others did was good, bad, indifferent? If so, why so? So I pose it as a question to the symposium. What is the purpose of the symposium? Are we merely documenting and making presentation and patting ourselves on the back and waiting for the next symposium? So are more papers will be presented? So who is at the end of the day assessing what is happening? And where are we going? So the first point, as I said, I want to make is that one of the points of a charter is that they are markers. 20 years ago, when we said that after 20 years of INTACH, we were going to have a INTACH Charter, it was in a way marking what happened in the first 20 years and assessing what ought to be done, not to be done. As I told you, unfortunately, who has read it, who has followed it? Yet you're calling me here 20 years later to talk about it. Who am I going to talk to? Who will listen? Who will understand? So again, I'm used as the same object. Call him every 20 years to talk about the charter, because he's a grandfather. Maybe he'll become a great-grandfather. Maybe he'll become a great-great-grandfather. And maybe 20 years later, call him again, if I'm still alive, to talk about the charter once again. What is it that you want to hear from me about the charter? Because certainly 20 years ago when we made the charter, it was with a very specific purpose. 20 years of INTACH was over. We had a history of projects that INTACH had accomplished. And we said, okay, now what do we make out of this? What sense do we make out of it? And that sense, again, I said very humbly, is not a critical point of view. It is a position. But that position makes sense only if it is criticized, only if it is evaluated, only if it is made, some kind of assessment is made. Had we done it? So 20 years later we're doing it. Have we still done it? So what are we marking 20 years later? What has happened in the 20 years since? As I said, one or two stray examples I gave because I'm personally involved. 30 years ago we did Ekamra Kshetra, 30 years later we're doing Ekamra Kshetra. So what's the difference? Is it just another paper that's being presented? And just it fills up our volume, the wonderful volume we brought out of the papers being presented at the symposium, and we get on with our work, business as usual. So at this symposium in Brazil, I challenged ICOMOS. I'm saying that you had a charter in 1964. You are revisiting it. And you are revisiting it again, perhaps as a routine. Because 60 years have passed, yes, we've got to revisit it. And I pose a challenge to them. I'm saying that, look, what's wrong with the Venice Charter, that it is a universal document. And yet we are talking about a culture that is diverse. So what does a universal document on conservation, what can it do for a diverse cultural reality? How do we govern diversity? We can govern homogeneity. Dictators do that. We have one point of view, you are right, you are wrong. And that's quite easy to do. Now, is the Venice Charter doing the same thing? Everyone say, no, in the 20 years, 40 years later and all that, we have had so many other charters. We have included it, we have widened it, we have made it much more reflecting the reality of the diversity of the world. Is it? Or does the core still remain authenticity and integrity the way intact, as the way Venice Charter defined it? And I say that particularly because when I evaluated the projects in Kathmandu, the only language that was being used was that we are so honest to Venice Charter. So we are very good. We have done a wonderful job in Kathmandu. I'm saying that, look, Kathmandu, what was their expectations of culture? INTACH, what is our expectation of culture? And where does the Venice Charter fit into all this? Why are we using that as a benchmark to say that, look, we have preserved the integrity of these temples that had collapsed. We have preserved the authenticity of these temples that had collapsed. And we have resurrected it. So what are we proving and to whom? Who are we addressing? And one can make all kinds of silly examples. It's just like saying that the most handsome person is a 6 foot tall, blonde, blue-eyed person. And I will try my best to be 6 foot tall, blonde and blue-eyed. 40 years later, I'll still try and be blonde and blue-eyed. And at some point, you've got to say that, look, what are we doing? Why is that the benchmark? Why is blonde, blue-eyed and 6 feet tall and all the benchmark? Why are we trying so hard to say that, yes, a disaster has happened, now we'll come back to that benchmark? So these are some of the questions that struck me in Kathmandu. This is a question that I asked ICOMOS. And I challenge ICOMOS that can we have a charter that governs diversity, not governs universality. The charter does a brilliant job governing universality. If you read the Venice Charter, it's a gem of a document. Beautifully written, compellingly argued, in a succinct, few words, saying the most. But it is entirely Eurocentric. It is blonde, blue-eyed and 6 feet tall. So what are we talking about? Why are we saying that that is the benchmark of conservation? So 20 years after INTACH, in 1984, 2004, when we were looking at the project, it struck me at least that what are we trying to do? Why would I want to do an INTACH Charter when we have got perfectly good charters? The Venice Charter, the hundreds of other charters, ICOMOS charters, all compellingly done with brilliant minds, with deep philosophy, 200, 300 years of philosophy. What is it that India can contribute? What is it that INTACH, 20-year-old INTACH can contribute? Because really at that point, the mood was that in 20 years we have achieved a hell of a lot. But what have we achieved? That we have become truer to the Venice Charter. We understood the Venice Charter better. We have understood the diversity of Venice Charter. Is the Venice Charter the benchmark? And at Brazil, I gave an example. I'm saying that it's very hard to talk about culture and charter in these terms. I'm saying let's talk about something else that is much more human. Let's talk about patriarchy. Patriarchy is a human condition. We say that with patriarchy we have got social order. Women are in their place, men are in their place, and so there's harmony in this world because of patriarchy. INTACH is not a rule, not a law, just like Venice Charter is not a rule, not a law. It's just a statement of principles. But if the statements of principles becomes the law, it becomes a problem. And I argued that ICOMOS, you make these principles, guidelines, in the global south they become laws. Then we begin to fight with each other. We go to court and say this is wrong, that is wrong. And all you said very innocently was the Venice Charter is a set of principles. You apply the principles the way you want. But instead of applying it the way we want, we are trying to apply it exactly what a blonde, blue-eyed, 6 feet tall person should be. We're trying to make those principles into a reality. So that's the problem with charters. So when the INTACH Charter was drafted, we said, look, again, it's a set of principles. We are a very diverse country. It's hard for me to tell this region, that region, what to do, what to do. Who are we? Who's INTACH to say all that? And I think the 40 papers that you presented, 48 papers you presented will reveal that. There's such diversity. Who can talk about a universal order in these places? But as a nation, as a country, as a civilization, we must have some kind of a sort of binding. What is it binding we're talking about? Is it the charter? Are these the principles? What is it? So 20 years ago, when we said that this was it, it was trying to bring some order out of diversity. Because at that time, we could visualize two main points of view. One was the official point of view, the government point of view, the ASI point of view. And the other was the vast majority of the rest of the country that said, we'll do what we want. We've been doing it for 1,000 years, we'll continue to do it. Whether it's the Sthapatis or the Sompuras or whoever it is, they don't need the charters, they don't need Venice Charter, they don't need this blonde, blue-eyed fellow coming and telling them what to do. They have been doing it for 1,000 years and more, and they've got well-documented situation. So at that time, 20 years later, we realized we are dealing with a very complex situation in India, where we've got these two situations. Both are our heritage. I can't claim that the ASI is not my heritage. It's 150 years old. It's got a huge amount of legacy. It's got a huge amount of work done. Maybe a lot of our cultural sites exist because of ASI, because of that. So I cannot rubbish it. On the other hand, I have this 1,000 years of or plus of legacy. I can't ignore it, which is being ignored, of course. And thank God it's being ignored, because it's thrived because we ignored it. It continues to thrive because we ignored it. No one has come and chartered it. No one's come and said that do this, do that. Nothing. So they survived. So the INTACH Charter 20 years ago was trying to address that dilemma. How do we, as almost a Janus-faced person, proceed? I'm looking forward and looking backwards. Where do I go? How do I go? How do I negotiate the cultural, my cultural legacy? So that was 20 years ago. 20 years later, what do we do? How do I assess it? So that is, I suppose, part of my problem, that what do I talk about today? Who do I talk to? What do I discuss? Because one thing is very clear. One theme of the symposium is very successful. There were called for papers, over 100 applications came, 48 were received. All out, my God, that shows a robust intellectual climate. A robust intellectual climate. Was it due to INTACH? I don't know. Perhaps it was, partly not. 40 years ago, there was hardly a conservation professional. Then INTACH came. Now we've got conservation professionals. So were the conservation professionals as a result of INTACH or not? Would it have happened in any case? I don't know. Maybe it would have happened in any case. But certainly, the INTACH was, shall we say, the cusp, the turning point. And something happened. in 1984, which changed the direction of the narrative. The profession proliferated, intellectualism proliferated, studies proliferated. We got to know much more about our heritage, the intangibles, this, that, you name it. And I see Dr. Shikha sitting here, context it came about also because of that amount it has revealed about ourselves. So all that happened, maybe context would have come in any case. Don't blame me for INTACH, but context would have come about in any case. But yes, at some point something happened then and something happened. So 20 years later we assessed it, we came up with a charter and tried to say, well, what sense do we make out of this? Now, where do I go from here? But a similar prognosis cannot be made of the charter. So whereas when INTACH was formed, maybe because of INTACH, may not be because of INTACH, the idea of culture proliferated, the profession proliferated, education proliferated, a lot of things happened. Maybe because of INTACH, may not be part of it, but it happened almost simultaneously, and one can say that there's some kind of a thing. But the same prognosis can't be made with the charter. 20 years ago, we tried to assess where we. Today, 20 years later, we are assessing it again. Am I going to go over the same grounds? Are we gone any further? I don't know. Maybe this is what we should be discussing, and it's not part of the symposium. It's only my task to try and make some sense out of it. And I said that it is gone to a global level, because having just returned from Brazil, I realized that ECOMOS is also worried about what is happening. Are we worried about it? They're also worried that, look, we feel that we're leaving maybe 90% of the world behind. ECOMOS is thriving. It's got world heritage, you name it, it's a powerful organization, everything is there. But even they are beginning to realize maybe they're leaving a big world chunk behind. And so let's have a symposium, they said. They invited people like me to talk about this, and there were 2 or 3 other people, very interesting talks. Maybe you should be having something like that. But where is the material? Where are the people who will talk about it? So we know, for example, that the roots of the Venice Charter have Eurocentric basis. And we know that it was not meant to be a law, but it's been turned into a law by our minds. Not because anyone come with a gun. They did that 200 years ago, colonialism. It was called a civilizing mission. So in a way, the Venice Charter is also a civilizing mission. It has civilized all of us to accept the fact that blonde, 6 feet tall, blue-eyed person is the norm. That is a civilizing mission, and we have all fallen for it. And I know we have fallen for it because when I went to Kathmandu and heard the defense of what we are doing, it is that blonde, 6 foot tall fellow that's being always shown to me and say, look, how close we are to it, how much we reflect that, how honest we are. And that had, Dr. Arumanian, I should talk to you something about it. I heard structural engineers also trying to say, we're making use of wood and making it fit the IS code. And I said, look, how? Tell me the joints, where are the moments? So how, if an earthquake were to take place, how is this wooden building going to behave? So I think you were one of the consultants also. And I tried to say, look, someday I'm going to meet Dr. Menon and ask, how is it going to happen? So maybe we need another criteria, another way to resurrect buildings that have collapsed, traditional buildings that have collapsed, and that we'll have to accept the fact it is not going to fit the IS codes. Because the IS codes use different materials, different strategies to make a building safe. Those buildings, to some extent, can be improved, but to what extent? Are we giving the right impression? Or are we saying, yes, and I read these reports, they said, yes, it now fits the IS codes. I said, what? How does it fit the IS codes? Using the same, by putting a wooden beam underneath along the base, you have made it earthquake proof? How did it happen? So I'm saying these are the kind of questions that we need to ask. Not write papers about the diversity of our thing, but question that and see how do we, where do we stand. So 20 years later, we got to understand how do we make our buildings disaster proof. And I've heard wonderful dialogue when an international consultant comes and dialogues. There is a dialogue. There is no expert saying, do this, it'll be safe. They give and forth, back and forth, and some answer comes. Are we engaging in that? Do we have that kind of dialogue happening in INTACH? That we can talk to structural engineers, we can talk to historians, we can talk to the society, the community, and come up with an answer saying that, look, this is what we can do, this is the best we can do. It will not be like a new building built fitting the IS codes. However, this is what our cultural legacy is, this is how we're going to proceed and go on from there. So the roots of the INTACH Charter are what? As I said, this Janus phase civilization that we are, and we said, let's make some sense out of it. 20 years later, we are less Janus phase. We are more one direction phased. We are more directed towards the universal. And the tradition continues. Thank God, it continues. The dialogue has not taken place for 20 years. Maybe it will not take place for another 20 years. And maybe 20 years later, we'll still be talking about the same thing. So the deep structure of our cultural imagination of a post-colonial society has not been plumbed, has not been worked out. So I just would like to end up with just a few random thoughts. As I said, I'm sorry for this disjointed emotional outburst. But we are talking in India about universalism and diversity. Yet we are tending towards universalism, not towards diversity. Our studies say that we are a very diverse culture. Our practices show that we are a very, we would like to follow universal principles. Is that a challenge for INTACH to take? Is that a challenge for the INTACH Charter to take? That how do we govern diversity, where different points of views have to be brought onto the same page? So I don't want to get into why of this diversity. There's a lot of I think the problem is really that we are also conflated by politics, and that is we have the idea of political nationalism. So it's cultural nationalism equivalent. Does culture has to be national also? Do we need to have a cultural policy that is national cultural policy? Can we have a diverse cultural policy where one says something, another says something else, and yet we are Indian? Now that's the challenge of a charter. And that is what 20 years ago, when we were trying to draft the INTACH Charter, we tried to do that. It's bad, good, bad. As I said, again, I'm not here to judge. But that was the aim that we said, that how do we make some sense? So, how do we manage diversity? So the INTACH Charter was a response to that vision. Now, in a globalizing world, the second point is, that's the first point, that INTACH Charter was about how to manage diversity. And it's not a prescription, it's not a law, it was how to engage with diversity. And that we made certain strategies, and no one has really, someone rubbished it, no one's really questioned it intelligently. In a globalizing world order, can our understanding of our civilization legacy make a contribution to world heritage instead of the other way around? We are trying to make our heritage into world heritage. And in trying to do that, we are trying to universalize our practices. We're trying to universalize our points of views. We're trying to universalize because we want world heritage. That seems to be the carrot that we want to capture. Why? Because in trying to be, as it's again, pardon the thing, 6 foot tall and blonde and blue-eyed, unless I am that, I'm not world heritage. So we try and contort ourselves, contort our civilization to try and meet the objectives of world heritage. So the point I'm trying to make is that can an Indian charter talk about diversity and tell the world how it should be governing itself? That was the subject of my talk in Brazil. In fact, that was the point I was making. That we have something to tell you. You have very little to tell me. What you have got to tell me is very valuable. I listen to it because I've got 150 years of history of it. So I'm very familiar with it. So, but can we have a dialogue? So the INTACH Charter was conceived to make that contribution to world heritage. There can be introduced diversity as part of it. So at this symposium, as we pride ourselves in the robustness of our cultural achievements in conservation studies and practices, we need to understand that to make 20 years of INTACH Charter, we need to use it as a measure of those achievements. Can the Charter be a measure that we use to understand the 48 papers that came? How does it measure up to the Charter? Or are we just saying, oh, they're wonderful studies, beautiful studies, brilliant studies, and they have been published now? So can the Charter be used as a measure? So that is the third point, what I can say 20 years later, my thoughts on the Charter. There are 2 or 3 things I'd like to just say. Besides that, I did use the example of patriarchy and say that, look, feminists have challenged patriarchy and the world has not fallen apart. In fact, maybe we are a better world because the feminists have challenged patriarchy. Will the world fall apart if we challenge the Venice Charter? Will it fall apart? Or will it become a more robust and more happier place? So when I go to the classrooms, or the many classrooms that I go to in India and challenge it, they never call me a second time. Because I am, after all, challenging their syllabus. The syllabus says that, look, conservation is about the Venice Charter, authenticity, integrity, blah, 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 blah. It is what conservation is about. So when they called me and I said, look, who says? Why? Have we tried to do what we ought to do? And when I say the Venice Charter, even the profession denigrates it. And who was the profession? My students. So I'm saying this is the situation we are 20 years later. Even when my students denigrate the Venice Charter, the INTACH Charter, 20 years later, what do I say? Am I going to say that, look, let's try once more with feeling? Or what? How do we address? How do we mark the 20 years of the INTACH Charter? I read the reviews of criticism, all valid criticism, perfectly valid. Where has it taken us? What has it done to the Charter? So the question is, do we need a charter at all? Who reads the charters? Why is it that in a post-colonial society we convert a charter into a weapon? 100 meters, no more, you have a problem, you got this, you got that, integrity be lost, authenticity be lost, blah, blah, blah. Why? Where do these ideas in a post-colonial society come from? Does it come from our legacy of 1,000 years? Or does it come from a legacy of 150 years of colonialism? And is globalization another civilizing mission that is civilizing us? As we talk more and more about conservation, are we falling into the same colonial trap? So I'll end with that. I'm sorry for this bit of an emotional outburst, but it's like your baby who's gone astray. So when your baby goes astray, you get upset. And I'm upset that this baby has gone astray. It has gone nowhere. And in fact, it's going the opposite way. It is embracing universalism. It's embracing this 6-foot boy I don't want her to fall in love with. And how does a parent then respond? So I use the example of patriarchy, and I'll end up with one last example. In feminist studies, there's a famous theoretician called Audre Lorde. Audre Lorde made a very interesting statement, and that is a lesson for us. She says that the master's tool cannot dismantle the master's house. Yet, we are using the master's tool to humanize the Venice Charter, make it much more palatable, much more universal. Let's listen to Audre Lorde and say, understand feminism and say that the master's tool is never going to dismantle the master's house. And it's a philosophical thought, goes on and on about that to give an idea. So when you have 48 papers, you've got 48 points of view. Will they be used to dismantle the master's house? Or will they be used to reinforce the master's house? Make it much more palatable, make it much more inclusive, make it much more, much more diverse. So the second point. The third point I want to leave you with is that, I don't know if you know the story of the ship of Theseus. Ship of Theseus is a historical and a philosophical problem, you might call it. Theseus was a Greek myth, a warrior who went to Troy to fight. He went in a ship, fully fitted, went to Troy. 10 years later, he came back in the same ship. In the 10 years, the ship had undergone many, many changes. Masts had fallen, the sides had got rotten, they changed it. So what came back 10 years later with Theseus, was it the ship of Theseus? So this is what's happening to our civilization, what's happening to our culture. And we get alarmed that, my God, no, the authenticity is gone, integrity is gone, this is gone, that's gone. I remind you of the story of the ship of Theseus. And not conservationists, but philosophers have dwelt on this because it's a big philosophical problem. Was the ship of Theseus the original ship of Theseus or not? And the philosophers came to some very interesting conclusion, which you and I as conservationists may not agree. Philosophers said that ultimately, if it is still considered the ship of Theseus, it is the ship of Theseus. Or even if there's one element of that original ship there, it is the ship of Theseus. So the philosophers were open enough to say that, yes, the ship of Theseus was still the ship of Theseus, if at least is recognized as the ship of Theseus, and one element at least is the ship of Theseus. Are we conservationists willing to consider that as a problem? Or are we going to say that no, it has to be still blonde and blue-eyed, and unless it is not the ship of Theseus? So I leave you with those thoughts. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer questions, of course, but time permitting.
Thank you so much, sir. You've definitely given us a lot of food for thought, and I'm hoping that the sessions that follow, we are able to reflect on some of the issues that you've highlighted. Before we proceed, I would like to announce the 2025 cycle of INTACH Awards for Interdisciplinary Heritage Documentation. To just briefly introduce it, INTACH offers a nationwide awards program for interdisciplinary documentation of heritage in India. The aim of it is to develop and promote sensitivity and awareness towards heritage in undergraduate students across the country. And we've been running this program since 2015, and today we'll be launching the 2025 cycle. So I would once again ask Professor Menon to please come up and launch the cycle. We'll be playing a video. Sorry, sir. Just one more time. Could you please play the video? Yes. That's all. Okay. So let's begin with session 1. For session 1, we have our chairs. Of course, there is Professor Menon. We also have Ms. Nirupama Y. Modwell. Ms. Nirupama is the Principal Director of Intangible Cultural Heritage Division at INTACH. She has successfully completed a number of research, documentation, and workshop projects on performing traditions, folklore, oral narratives, and histories, as well as extensive cultural mapping along the Ganga and Yamuna rivers. She has worked on museum projects involving content creation and design, and on a number of seminal publications in the field of intangible heritage, including documenting India's intangible cultural heritage and heritage conservation and communities. She has also produced diverse INTACH films. So I would like to invite Dr. Munjal to felicitate Nirupama ma'am. Ma'am, could you please come forward? Please give a big round of applause. Right, so we have 4 presentations in session 1. Each of you can come forward and present your presentations from here. And once we start the discussion session, then we can all sit forward for the discussion. So first we have Dr. Arun Menon. And before that, I would like to announce that each of the presentations will be given 10 minutes. Followed then, after all the 4 presentations are done, it will be followed by a question-answer session. And for the chairs, in each of your folders, you will find some paper review forms with the presenter's name and title added to it. So we would like the chairs to fill those forms. Right, Dr. Menon, please. If you could also briefly introduce yourself. Yeah.
Very good morning. I'm Arun Menon, Professor of Structural Engineering from IIT Madras. And in this first session, we have this difficult task of speaking after Professor A.G.K. Menon on a tough topic, at least in our opinion. So this paper, written by co-authors with me, Karpagam Balamurugan, who's here, and Karpagam will be speaking after I introduce this topic shortly. Shivangi Shukla, the other author. And this is titled Decoding Ayadi Ganitam in Dravidian Temples Through Reverse Engineering. So that's how we've organized this talk. Introduction objectives. What is Ayadi? Many of you may be aware of this concept. The methodology of Ayadi calculation is something that my co-author will introduce. Couple of case applications, we wouldn't be able to go deep into them, and some concluding remarks of the work. So our temples, the temples across the country, have been meticulously conceived with attention to geometry, the materials chosen, the structural materials, the construction methods and aesthetics, with the primary aim of uplifting spirituality while promoting well-being, both physical and mental well-being. The architectural marvel is the tangible heritage, along with the immovable and the movable parts. The traditional knowledge system and the cultural practices constitute the intangible heritage. So this is the context in which we are working. And in Tamil Nadu, in the Dravidian temples, there's an extensive history and continuity of practices kept alive even today. New temples are being built, old temples are being renovated. And this inquiry actually is based on the experiences we've had with the holders of the traditional knowledge. So the primary objectives of this work was to decipher the intricate relationship between the physical components of the built form, the presiding deity of course, and the primary stakeholders who are the patron, the builder, the community, through adherence to the traditional knowledge system of Ayadi Ganitam. We have adopted what we are calling reverse engineering, which is what is used quite a bit in this subject of structural restoration, to adopt reverse engineering to calculate the Ayadi number in two ancient Dravidian temples, Sri Abatsaheshwara temple in Kumbakonam district and Sri Ekambaranathar temple in Kanchipuram, both in Tamil Nadu. Incidentally, a few minutes ago, an hour or so ago, this project, which was completed in 2023, after a 2-year period and a 1.5-year period of research, Sri Abatsaheshwara temple has just received the award of distinction in the Asia Pacific, UNESCO Asia Pacific Awards this year. To understand, thank you, to understand how examining the traditional practice of temple design and construction with specific focus on Ayadi Ganitam can also inform the conservation process, especially in culturally significant sacred spaces. And finally, to document and preserve the intangible knowledge of temple building practices. I'll just give you a brief introduction to Ayadi and then request Karpagam to take over. Ayadi Ganitam, the calculation of the Ayadi is a number, is a key design element from Vastu Shastra. It is used by traditional architects called Sthapatis in some parts of the country, Sompuras elsewhere, to guide planning and construction of temples. There are several equations, if you want, or formulae derived from astrological parameters and Earth's directional influences. These assist in determining one auspicious number. It comes down to identifying one auspicious number associated with the proposed temple structure, a number associated to the physical form. The number, the Ayadi, is believed to ensure the temple's spirituality and durability. It is a basic unit of dimensioning a temple. It can be the plan layout, it can be the elevation, it will be the decorative features as well. It serves as a measurement for length, width, area, perimeter of the structure that is being designed, and the sizes of rooms and all elements calculated. The sizes of rooms and all elements inside the structure are calculated using the ratio and proportioning method. So this is what the Ayadi is. I now leave the floor to my to the lead author, Karpagam. Thank you.
Good morning, all. Actually, Ayadi calculation is performed during the initial phases of the constructions, that is, after the site selection and before the architectural design. The formula consists of, we have to assume an odd number and it is multiplied by a fraction. The numerator and denominator of the formula varies to varies. For example, after the calculation, the resulting remains holds the importance, and it predicts the future of the structure. The remainder to be checked for the compatible with the qualities. This is the procedure you have to follow it. For example, the Garbham formula, we have to assume a number and multiply it by the fraction 1/8. Here I am assuming a number 15 and then multiplying by 1/8. The remainder is 7. The qualities of the 7 is animal is elephant, and then God is where direction is north, and the outcome is prosperity. So the number 15 gives the good luck to the temple. There are four types of Ayadi formula based on the number of formula are in the calculations called Panchavimsa Ayadi. It means it has 25 formulae, and then Shodasa Ayadi, it has 16, Dasa Ayadi 10, Shada Ayadi 6. Currently we are using Shada Ayadi with 6 formulae only. Actually, in the traditional unit, in the traditional architecture, we have used two types of units called Manushya Pramana and Yavamana. These are Manushya Pramana is based on the dimensions of the human body, whereas Navamana is based on the sizes of the regional grains like barley, wheat, rice. And then the equivalent of one, actually, if we consider in traditional architecture, the basic unit is called as angulam. The length of the one angulum is equivalent to the length of the central part of our middle finger, or it's equivalent to the length of the 8 grains. The equivalent length of one angulum is 3.5 centimeter, or we can take it as 3/8 inches in modern units. The case studies we have taken is Sri Abhatsahayaswara temple in Kumbakonam, that is constructed it was believed to constructed in Chola period, Rajendra Chola, and later expanded by the Klothunga Chola and Vikrama Chola. The temple complexes, it has 2 precinct walls, the Mandapam and the Sri Durga shrine in the 2nd precinct wall, and the Rajagopram got severely distressed. So before the conservations, it was necessary to do the ayadi calculation for this temple. Even though the temple was unnoticed for very long time, the morning and the evening pujas were regularly happened in the Shiva shrine. The next temple which we have taken for consideration is Yegambaranatha temple in Kanchipuram. It is actually initially it was a brick masonry and later rebuilt in stone masonry. And then actually this temple was later expanded and reconstructed and renovated in different periods by different donors. So the current recent Garbhagriha is, we don't know when it was built, but is from the ornate embellishments and the construction techniques, we can understand that it was not more than 200 years old, constructed by the Nattukuttai Nagarathari business community in Tamil Nadu. This temple also had structural distress due to foundation settlement. Actually, we have calculated the ayadi calculation has 2 steps. And so for Tukkachi, we have calculated the 29, that is Tanjai Mulam, and then for Kanchi, we have calculated, for Kanchi, we were not able to calculate the Tanjai. The calculation was, how we calculated the calculation is by measuring the perimeter and then converting into traditional units, Angulam and the Moolam. So since the Tukkachi temple is located in the Tanjai, we were able to get the ayadi easily by 29. Whereas Kanchi, we were not able to get it because we don't have, since proper records were not able, it was not available. So we have tried, we have taken, we got 730 Angulam. So we try to, in order to avoid the confusion, we have taken 729, 731 and 3129. We did for all the we did ayadi calculation for all these numbers. We have used Shodasa ayadi. It is a 16 with 16 formulae. From the ayadi calculations, this is the result we got for the Tukkachi temple. Most of the outcomes are positive and favorable. According to that ayadi calculation, the age of the structure is 83 years old. It means the temple is having long life. But the nakshatra is Visakha, which is not favorable for the construction activities. So this is the result which we got for the Tukkachi. For Kanchi, the reverse mensuring method is not able to work. We were not able to get the ayadi number directly. So we have analyzed the outcomes of all the ayadi calculations. From the analysis of the ayadi, from the analysis of the outcomes of the ayadi calculations, we found that even though most of the results are favorable and same, the 31 Madurai Mulam and 731 are having the life. The age of the structure is 37 years old. But this temple exists from the Pallava period. So it is, so these ayadi numbers will not be applicable by elimination method. So we rejected these 31 and 731, and then we checked for 29 and 729. If we see the nakshatra of the 29 and 729, 729 has the favorable nakshatra for the construction activities. So we came to the conclusion that 729 could be the Ayadi for the Kanchi temple. But since we are not experts in these fields and lack of information, and due to interpreting the traditional books, this we got the doubt that 729 we got the doubt whether 729 could be the Ayadi for this temple or not. So this can be revisited by the experts, and there is a high scope for the further research. So the units which we have used are based on the regional grain size. The Ayadi family has considered the directions, planetary motions, constellations, thus which interconnects the nature, the temple, and its cultural and astrological attributes. It is notable that the Ayadi calculation is a methodical and quantitative approach to the entire process. It has conscious effort to establish a link between the human-made creation, the creator, and the beneficiary. The case studies offer a practical knowledge on Ayadi calculation, revealing relevance in temple preservation and construction. The paper processes a holistic approach to temple conservation, emphasizing that intervention should restore physical features and revitalize the intangible in living heritage. It emphasizes also the need for dialogue between the traditional custodians of knowledge systems, modern architects, engineers, and conservationists, so that the sacred space remains vibrant centers of worship, community life, and continuity. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll be taking the questions after all presentations. So the next is Dr. Rahul Amin and Nihal A. Sir.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Shahul, and I'm a faculty at Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Center for Gender and Livelihood. I'm part of it, and this is an ongoing work we are doing as part of a project. I'm working with one of my former student, Nihal, and this is an attempt to document the Dove building landscape, knowledge, and livelihood of the Kalasis of Jaipur. So, as you know, this Indian Ocean is a very remarkable place in terms of the circulation of knowledge, techniques, and building knowledge, etc. And in this course, you could see, for example, Calicut, Jaipur, Karachi, Mumbai, and part of Goa. There are interesting practices of the boat building, traditional boat building. Because of many interesting reasons, it's part of the maritime Silk Route, and this also created kind of a cosmopolitanism in the culture of these places in terms of people, culture, their identities, etc. And especially Jaipur is an interesting case in point, where the Dove building, it's called Uru in regional language, that culture is emerged because of the very interesting favorable condition. You could see that river of Chalia, which actually comes from Western Ghats, and the teak wood, plenty of teak wood available in this, and comes through the river and to the river mouth. And lot many of these shipbuilding yards, boat building yards, Uru building yards, actually located in this position. So this study is a explorative study. You must be knowing in anthropology, we tabulus rasa, we won't go with any assumption. We go to the field and understand what is the value. We call it empathetic understanding of people's meaning making process. In that, it's that kind of a study. We went to this place and understand what is the value, what are the kinds of values this place has, etc., and what is worth of preserving in that, and what are the kind of practices are going on indigenous manner to preserve those cultures. So our research objectives were broadly, we want to understand socio-cultural economic landscape of Uru making, transcend the land oceanic boundaries. It's interesting, you will understand that referring to Professor Menon mentioned, we always have a tendency to understand heritage within the very geography of the country, right? And the oceanic heritage is actually transcend all the national imaginations, the boundary of national imagination. And Uru making, for example, I interviewed people in Mandvi. There are families of these Uru makers settled in the different coast of the Persian Gulf, right? So it's a transcending kind of a culture. And the livelihood concern, now no one will go for this Uru and all. So what is that, and what are the kind of safeguarding measures, especially it's important the craftsmanship is happening in this landscape. So this is the broadly 3 objectives we worked around, and mostly the fieldwork we conducted in Jaipur, that river mouth. It used explorative research using participant observation and prolonged engagement with communities in this space. Qualitative methods we used, and we interviewed different kind of primary and secondary stakeholders, artisans, shipyard owners, resource persons, port officers, academicians who works in the maritime works, and purposive and snowboard sampling we use, and we often engage with something called narrative analysis and discourse analysis in order to understand what is the meaning making process is happening with specific to Uru in this area. So the first finding of this study, I use this notion of heritage assemblage broadly here. See, we found that there are interesting stakeholders. For example, Zamorin's, the kings, is the one who facilitated this in historically, and you could see that the traders are important components. Khalasis, the mostly who build the ships, and Mukwan, fishing communities, Asharis, the carpentry, and the Collins, blacksmiths. And it's a very, in paper we are trying to see how this all interconnected in a discursive manner, rather than often you say, you know that qualitative research, we understand that discursiveness of it in that manner, and its economy, the culture. For example, very interesting to see, there is a very interesting notion now coming on the study of Indian Ocean. It's called Monsoon Islam. So it's a trade, how trade has created a particular cultural landscape where religion also an important component in this. So one critical point in this, you will understand that as later, now the Indian Ocean studies and all people are bringing out, you could see novel of Amitabh Ghosh, for example. So there is a much happening on the sea, right? Not, we always have talking about the land, right? I think the imagination of our nation or imagination of heritage, we should actually transcend beyond the boundaries of, beyond the land, and that's the point, is recurrently coming from their narratives. Basically all the stories about the children, about their masters, everything, you could see that they are not settled in this particular landscape. So mostly they are referring to Abu Dhabi, they mostly refer to Dubai, Madagascar, for example. So that is the one interesting point is coming out in our narratives analysis. Second, interestingly, this about in this landscape about the intangible element of craftsmanship. So borrowing the theories of intangible cultural heritage, you will understand that which is not static, which is evolving over a period of time. You could see, for example, earlier they used to make tide by using cotton and kaya kind of ship making. Now over the period of time, you can see the second photograph, nail they used, and then now the iron nail using, and then choosing the wood, the timber kind of, for example, to make the base of a ship, there's a particular teak wood and it should be certain age, and the upper part of it, the superstructure part of it, they may use different kinds of the wood, and interestingly, this all orally transmitted, nothing recorded because for example, I was saying apprenticeship, like many of our intangible cultural heritage, you could see that you can learn by being part of it, not by things. So one part of it we are trying to understand the how all predicaments of documenting this, how you will do that, right? So often whenever we document, it become more kind of a sanitized, stabilized kind of a document. We are thinking beyond that and how one could do that. So this craftsmanship is the one thing is emerging in these discussions. The third theme is emerging narratives is the whole history connected with the decline of, because it was one of, as you know, is one of the flourishing industry because of the availability of the superior teak wood and all. Now it's declining in this area because of the different kinds of factors influence it. One interesting thing I want to we want to engage. Basically, many of this craft, especially timber-based craft in our country, struggling because of the conservation laws. The conservation laws. So, and funny part of it, what you conserve in forests, you conserve teak wood. Teak wood comes as part of the colonial plantation. You're not conserving actual forest. You're conserving the teak wood, which is planted as this kind of interesting connotation is coming up in this thing. And basically, the all discourse about conservation is actually being challenged, interrogated in this context. So this is the last slip, and now there are some attempt trying to take this shipbuilding into part of the globalized market, especially, for example, is the last Qatar World Cup. You could see this miniature souvenirs of the ship is being given, and one person actually is now selling and building the ships for boats for the Qatar, because Qatar people see it's a part of their parental heritage, not of the heritage of Jaipur, right? Because their parents used to get this historical time, the boats from Jaipur. Now they see their interest, their heritage kind of things, right? So I think I just caught and the magic documents of intangible cultural heritage. Intangible to be kept alive, it must remain relevant to culture and the regulatory practice by learned within the communities and between generations. Now, this kind of, one could say, for the middle class, for the tourist purpose, mostly this, I don't know how much can have a value of the culture and communities associated with that. I think preservation thinking also have to consider this kind of gentrifications, which is widely happening in this spectrum. Thank you very much for this.
Next, we have Dr. Ananya Bhattacharya and Dr. Madhura Datta.
Good morning. My name is Madhura Datta. My co-author is Ananya Bhattacharya. She's not here today, so I'm presenting on both our behalf. I have been working in the sector of culture and development for more than 20 years. So that's my background. So the paper that I am presenting today is on bridging tangible and intangible heritage, empowering communities for holistic cultural preservation. This particular topic is set in a case study of the organization Contact Base, which has a flagship program called Art for Life, which I will explain to come to how we have looked at the case study. So the first framework that I would like to refer to, which we have referred to in our paper also, are the two main conventions that we look at when we look at cultural heritage. And here, the two relevant ones are the 1972 World Heritage Site Convention and the 2003 ICH Convention, because both consider community as a very important entity in the conservation process. Whereas the World Heritage Site Convention looks at linking living traditions and contexts, and also participation of community through the process of conservation and management. The 2003 convention puts community at the center of the whole conservation process, because without the main tradition bearers, who are the communities, an intangible cultural heritage cannot sustain and survive. So without the community, it is not possible. The other framework that we have looked into, now that I have said that we have put community at the center of this whole discussion, are the Sustainable Development Goals, which we are all aware of. So the SDG 11.4 specifically looks at protection and conservation of cultural and natural heritage, but we are also aware of the many discussions that are happening around where culture is being considered as having a transversal role for all the Sustainable Development Goals, because it has a role to play in contribution to the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals. Because without the cultural context of a particular place or space, the development is not possible. So we are placing the case study in this context. So talking a little bit about Art for Life, it started 20 years back, and the organization and the intervention has worked across 60,000 folk artists and more than 40 intangible cultural heritage forms across India. And the main strategy that it has, which has also evolved over a period of time, are first safeguarding art, the actual art form, the intangible cultural heritage form. Second is empowering artists. So without artists, again, how will the living heritage continue? And the larger heritage in terms of a cultural landscape will continue, which is home to the communities where they are staying. So empowering artists to take charge of their own development, and then looking at villages as units of development, because we have cohesive communities. So branding villages or developing villages as spaces of conservation, continuance, and vitality. So rebranding villages as cultural hubs. So this has been the methodology, and it has the initiative has had several monitoring and assessment on a regular basis internally and externally. So there is enough evidence to build the case with us. So coming to the case study, which is on Purulia, which is a district in the westernmost part of West Bengal. Purulia has been a part of the larger landscape called Jungle Mahal, which many of us are aware of. It has been known by different names. But if we look at the landscape of Jungle Mahal, it includes the current districts of Bankura, Purulia, West Midnapur, and Jhargram. And the landscape, both natural and cultural, are very similar. And the history actually dates back to 8th century BC. And also there are remnants of Jainism in this particular district and in these areas. It's a beautiful landscape with lots of built heritage, temples, archaeological sites strewn across the place. It is home to one of the biggest section of indigenous communities in the country. And it has had its own history, including the fact that, this is an area where Tassar silk used to be woven, and that Tassar silk was actually part of transcontinental trade in the medieval period as well. So just to sort of make the point that it has a very rich cultural history. So looking at Purulia specifically, it has temples, palaces, natural heritage, dance, art, craft, festivals, language, ethnicity. Santals are the main group, but there are many other communities like Birhors Oraos, Mundas, Kheria Shabor, etc., many others. So just to tag a little bit of the heritage assets that are there, apart from the natural heritage, mountains, rivers, forests, it also has many historical sites, as I said, remnants of Jainism, then the Brahmanical influence that came in. It has 10 state-protected sites. It has a beautiful palace, which again dates back to rulers ruling Purulia for 800 years. And there are many built heritage sites across. It is a land of festivals and rituals which happen around these spaces and places. Lots of indigenous festivals which are for offering prayers to cattle, to their harvest, even for the newlyweds, couples, and sons and daughters, families, etc. The art and craft is also extremely rich in this area, starting from the music and dance forms, which are integral to the lifestyle of the people in Purulia. In fact, they have a saying which says that when we speak, we sing, and when we walk, we dance. So it is so integral in their life. And there are many dance forms, and we know now that Chau dance is the most famous one, but they have many other indigenous dance forms which were not documented at some point of time and that were not known. And one I would like to mention is Natua. I don't know how many of you have heard, but Natua is the ancient dance form of this region, and it is believed to be the dance form from where Chau originated. So it is a very important dance form of the place. There are the Jhumur singers, dancers, and there are the crafts of Santhal Patachitra, which is different from Midnapur Patachitra, and Sabai craft, and different kinds of handworks that happen in the communities. So I'll come to some of the interventions which make the case for us. So Chau dance, I would say, when 20 years back when we went to work in Purulia, there was abject poverty. It was one of the poorest districts, and there was no hope really. People worked as wage laborers. The women there actually were bidi binders. Bidi is tobacco, and there was huge health issues. So it was in a very bad condition. From there, we journeyed through our methodology to come to a place where today there are 5,000 active Chau dancers who are performing locally, nationally, internationally. The number of Jhumur singers and dancers have increased substantially. And a very important part have been preservation of their skills, incorporating the Guru Shishya Parampara so that the masters come in to actually teach and transmit the skills to the young generation, which was not happening earlier, and continue the practice. The inscription on the representative list of intangible cultural heritage of humanity in UNESCO, that has helped significantly in creating value and recognition of this dance form. For the built heritage also, what I was saying when we went there, the communities did not really attach any value or any kind of recognition to that, and they were in a completely dilapidated state. So another interesting example that I would like to give is there's Shiv Mandir called Lahariya Shiv Mandir. This is quite famous, and you will find YouTube videos also in this place. But what you will not find is the Chau dance integrally linked to this temple structure, because when the Chau dance season starts, the Chau dancers actually start their season by performing here first. All Chau dancers of the entire district gather here to offer prayers, they perform show, and then they distribute to the different villages to actually perform their shows. So it's as significant as that, but that is not documented or promoted. Another interesting story is about Chau mask. They were non-entities. They were a sub-industry of the Chau dancers. But today they have their own artist identity. They have artisan cards. There are from 10-20 people, there are 370 artists there. They have a folk heritage, a community museum. They do their annual festivals. And Chorida, the place is called Chorida. It has a GI tag today. So it is one of the most vibrant tourism hubs actually for any kind of tourist to go to Purulia. They do not miss Chorida, which did not exist on the map 15-20 years back. Coming to handicraft, I'll just give one example for lack of time. So I will like to speak about Shabai, where the women who did beadi binding, we had first taught them to do rope making with Shabai. Shabai is abundantly available in the local biodiversity. And then from there, they learned the craft. It has been a long journey. And today there are 500 women who are earning their livelihood to the extent that they can actually support their families, send their children to school, go to the market to buy things of their choice. And there's a very high happiness factor there, which is the earning may not seem a lot in our consideration, but there is a very high happiness factor in terms of the economic and the social recognition that they have got. Similar things have happened with Santhal Potachitru, and one of the major things that have happened through the process is that the local government has taken a note of these places and the development. So the local government, the private sector has come forward to invest in these places for cultural tourism, for development of district infrastructure, because those were contributing to the process. And finally, cultural tourism has really brought all these aspects together. 20 years back, even 10 years back, Purulia was known for insurgency, conflict. Nobody went. Today, it is a hub of festivals and tourists. And what has happened is the living heritage has got integrated with the heritage spaces that are there. I would just like to recall a very small experience that in 2006 or 7, when we first started a community, now the community festivals are owned and managed by the community, but when we first started, it was in the Cheliyama temple, and there was one Jain family who visited. So we were very surprised to see there were young people mostly, but a Jain, very senior community family visited. And they were completely vegetarian, and they were there, and it was not comfortable also for them. It was very not a comfortable space for those kinds of people to be. So we asked that, why are you here? Just for the Holi festival? What is your... So they said, no, in our in our community and in our library, we have read about these temples, but we have never known how to go there, where they are. And so when we heard that your Holi festival is happening around this temple, we made it a point to actually visit. So there was no awareness also which changed dynamically. So just to conclude that we have seen that a unified approach to conservation and sustainability in terms of actually bringing in community at the center through community empowerment and building ownership and identity of the community whose home that place is, has made it a significant step to actually change the social, economic and cultural environment of the place. And the cultural sense of cultural rights increase, and through that the sustainability becomes easier. So with that I will finish. Thank you.
Next we have Nimisha and Dr. Neeti Trivedi.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Neeti Trivedi, and as you see, my co-author is Nimisha. She is again an ex-student, and we have been working together. So this presentation is a part of a 4-phase project that we are right now working on, and the work that we are presenting here is the first phase of the project. So a little bit about myself. I'm Dr. Neeti Trivedi. I'm currently working in MIT Art Design and Technology University in Pune. And my background is I'm an architect and urban planner. So when we started looking at this project, we started it from that perspective. we were working on a brownfield project, and that is when we came across that there were certain heritage structures which, as per the guidelines, were heritage, but they were considered as brownfield. And that is when we took a different turn towards our project and we started working on this. And I have been working a lot on collaborative planning, participatory governance, and community participation. And that is when we started bringing in that the structure is right in the center of the center of a community that has been there from a very, very long time, a dense community. And how is this structure considered as a brownfield area? So this is when we started working on it. And as I said, my perspective is not, I'm not a background of a heritage and conservation person, so please excuse me if I go anywhere wrong. Yes. So when we started working on this project, as I said, we were looking at a very different, we were looking at it from a very different point of view. But this presentation that I'm talking about today is it explores the potential of community engagement in revitalizing India's historical forts and mills. So we had to limit our scope, and we started looking at only forts and mills, and not focusing on, because it was a beginning. So we had to limit our work to a certain extent. That transforms them into thriving spaces for modern life while preserving their cultural significance. So I'll just go back a little bit and discuss where did we start this from. So in December, I hope you all are aware that in December 2023, our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, inaugurated the first Indian Art, Architecture and Design Biennale that was held at a historic World Heritage Site of the Red Fort in New Delhi. A significant feat organized by the Ministry of Culture of the Government of India as part of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations. This landmark event was marked as a pivotal moment in India's cultural and architectural landscape. Addressing the huge gathering of professionals, academicians, students, and general public, the Prime Minister highlighted the historical significance of the Red Fort's courtyards, which have witnessed the passage of generations before and after India's independence. He emphasized the role of art, culture, and architecture as symbols of national pride that provide a glimpse of the rich architectural heritage of India. He praised the works displayed at the Biennale's exhibition at the Red Fort and described it as an amalgamation of color, creativity, culture, and community connection. Under G20 presidency, you must have come across these slogans as Vikas Bhi, Virasat Bhi. You must have come across Save Heritage, Save Future by ASI. So what does these slogans represent, and why are we promoting through these slogans? Maybe because we are, as the Biennale was, the intent of the Biennale was to engage youth, to bring awareness. These slogans also help us in reaching the root of it. They represented a transformative approach integrating technological innovation with traditional practices. This synergy aims to invigorate the heritage conservation ecosystem while fostering youth awareness and engagement. The slogans also underscored the interconnections between sustainability, development, and heritage preservation, emphasizing the dual necessity of safeguarding cultural assets while advancing urban and infrastructural growth. So we also came across these couple of challenges and impacts on heritage that was happening. And we also realized that while we were looking at several documents, we came across that while the government had the opportunity to work on 100 Smart Cities mission, they were only focusing on the industrial corridors and have proposed 10 industrial corridors that aimed at transforming rural areas into cultural hubs, when we already have so many heritage structures that can be converted into them, and urban centers as well. This is when we also realized that these heritage structures were under complete neglect. So as I said, we were limiting our scope. We started looking at forts and mills. We are aware that forts and mills are our historical heritage sites, hold immense cultural and historical significance with origins traceable to ancient times. I'm sorry. Yes. The forts that we have are imposing structures constructed by powerful empires, served purposes far beyond their primary function of territorial defense. However, with the advent of modern warfare, technological advancements, and changes in governance, the strategic importance of forts diminished over time, leading many to fail into despair and ruin. Similarly, there were mills that represented a different facet of heritage, industrial heritage, that is, emerging during the British colonial era in India. During this period, the mills that we had were left after the textile production changed, the machinery changed, and that is when multiple industries closed down, employment changed. I'm sorry, I don't know why these slides are changing. Yeah, sorry, maybe because of me, sorry. So this is when things started improving. And we looked into when we started looking at mills, we realized that there are a couple of mills that have been changed. And we also looked at Jadavgarh Fort in Maharashtra. That is the only fort in Maharashtra that has been readapted. So we looked into readaptive use that has been ongoing at several places. Looking at that, we went into and realized what is the definition of adaptive reuse and how it is being done. So readaptive reuse, to the definition, if I have to look into it, is to reuse a building or structure for the purpose of giving it new life through a new function. But during this literature review and these theories that we were looking into, in 1894, Eugene Emanuel has also come up with a definition for readaptive reuse, wherein he mentioned that the best way to preserve a building is to find a use for it and then to satisfy so well the needs dictated by the community, to be very specific. So when we looked at these readaptive reuse and looking at them from the community's point of view, we understood that community involvement has to be explored as an important key factor for adaptation and for long-term sustainability of such projects. The methodology that we are looking at right now is where we are looking at mixed research methods, where we have collected data through literature review, of course, but we also started conducting several informal interviews and started talking to a couple of academicians and researchers that are working into conservation and heritage. A lot of snowball sampling method was involved here. If I look at the community participation and readaptive reuse, what we did was involving local stakeholders and community, that had ensured that the readapted structures reflect the needs and aspirations of the community, fostering a sense of identity and continuity with the city's heritage. This, we realized that people's relationship to the heritage is the same as the relationship of a child to its mother. As mentioned in the book, My Legacy, Reflections on Culture and Identity. I'll directly go to the cases that we were looking into. I will only discuss two cases because these are considered as one of the best cases where community participation has been involved. So this is the first example, Rajwada Palace in Indore. This is an important case because in 2017, when the Smart City mission was undergoing, the palace was placed as a was given a focal point for Indore's cultural heritage, and the entire Smart City mission and was revolved around the revitalization of the palace. During this process, I'll just give a brief on how the community was involved. The community, through a proper review of interviews, the community got involved through citizen forums and included prominent locals, market associations and resident welfare groups. Similarly, a similar effort was noticed during Mehrangarh Fort, Jaipur, where Mehrangarh Museum Trust was involved and involved the community for the skills. Through their skills, the community was involved and a lot of local economy got a boost out of it. Then there are a couple of examples of Phoenix Mills, but where private stakeholders were involved, it was realized through the research that the project was semi-successful and not completely successful. We have reached a stage where we have realized what are the downfalls of community participation. First, there are the regulations and bylaws are not are still, I would say, underdeveloped. Secondly, finances are not up to the mark because a project like this involves a lot of finances, wherein Smart City Mission, in my opinion, could be the first step, and it was an opportunity that we missed. Third step, of course, social aspects and the community has to be given importance in this case, because they are the ones who are holding it together. It is an identity, and they take ownership towards it. So it is the first step where the skills can be involved, a capacity building can be undertaken. Yes, I would like to end here because I'm out of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. I would now like to request both the chairs and the authors to please come forward, and then we can start the discussion. So please take your seats at the table.
Community, I'm just worried about what do you mean by community and what community.
Thank you.
How has it informed us? For example, the first one, technical, it's a very technical thing, fine, identified quite easily. The last one, more difficult,
I would like to request the chairs to initiate the discussions, and we can take questions. I think we can also take questions for Professor Menon now on his keynote address. So if anybody has those questions, they can also ask. So please, sir and ma'am.
I'll just start off by saying that it's an important focus. Community is an important focus. We've seen several kinds of communities here being discussed. One from a very erudite, well-informed community of scholars, and the other very diverse society at large. The last one was very diverse society at large. So what kind of society are we talking about, and how do we engage with them? One would be easy because scholars, you deal with them in a scholarly way. But the larger community, how do you deal with the larger community? And in between all the others, I think the word community has been rather loosely identified here. And we want to know how those communities were identified and how they would benefit. So I think that's one thing that struck me, that all of them have made, I would say, very commendable efforts to relate community to heritage conservation. That point is being made. But that leaves the question open, how do we really understand this community and how do they benefit? Each one of them in a different ways have identified the benefits, but it struck me that it's something that we can be discussing. Since we have got all the authors here, they can be discussing what do they mean by the community and how the community has benefited by their intervention.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with what Professor Menon is saying. In fact, that was one of my points also, that, when we talking of stakeholders and community, who exactly constitutes the community? I know we've talked about the local artisans and craftspeople and, involvement, but very often we need to consider, is it just a tick mark, the community involvement tag, and the stakeholder, much abused word, or is it actually taken into consideration when we are thinking of management of these kind of landscapes, cultural landscapes? So I think some of you have tried to cover that, and before we go any further, if there are any questions, I think we can take those.
Am I audible? Okay. Yeah. Okay, so two questions. One for Professor Menon. I do not come from a background of either heritage or culture. So when you talked about the Venice Charter, about which I know very little, for laymen or laywomen like me, I think having a charter gives a starting point. And I think that goes a long way in making it accessible to those who may not be at the same level of understanding as the rest of the audience here is. I'm not here to argue because I really am not from the background, but this is something that I felt that for a beginner, maybe a charter is a good starting point. My second question is to Dr. Trivedi. And it's not a question really, it's a comment that, when we look at smart cities, essentially they're defined by technology. At least that's what in India we talk about. And I wanted to, get the thought of this panel out here. That, when we make everything so well structured, do we then leave space open for culture to grow? So when you put a fort in indoor, okay, it's landscaped and you have tours and you are so-called involving the local community, but where is the dynamism left? Because everything around is solidified. It becomes almost like a static culture, and that kind of, I think, takes away from the very definition of culture. So, thank you.
How do you want? No, I think mine's sort of a foundational question, takes a long time to answer. Except to say that, yes, charters are important, but the issue I was raising is what charter? Like if I choose a model saying that the charter has to, the example I was giving that you would be 6 feet and blonde and all, that's a good charter? Now, do we have to follow it? Is that beneficial? So one has to then begin to question what are the values that the charter espouses. And this, we had 4 examples of communities that say, well, this is what we value. Do the charters begin to codify those values and say that, look, those values must be enhanced? Because they're rooted, these all 4 studies are rooted in certain geographies, certain cultures. So should charters emerge from those roots, or should they come from the air somewhere, like colonialism came and modernized us and said, okay, now we've got to be modern. So today, so many years later, we say, well, what kind of modernity? What do we mean? Do we have to give up the past to be modern? Those kind of questions arise. So your point is well taken, charters are important, but the other question, equally important, was what are the charters we are talking about? So I think the rest should be answered by the others, because, would your studies lead to charters? I can imagine where you got some expert point of view, like Dr. Arun was talking about the expert, quite much easier. And you don't even need the charters because it's already there. Those documents are there, those literatures there. So what charters are we talking about? It's there, and there they're applying it. And they're using it in a way quite contrary to what the Western charters are saying. Because it's rooted in a certain thing. They allow change. They allow difference. They allow reconstruction. Whereas the other charters say, no, authentic means not allow change, not to allow. So I'm saying here we've got 4 examples where they can answer the question better. Would you like to attempt it?
Yeah, I have a direct question. Can I answer that, sir?
Yeah.
Hello, thank you for the question. I completely get that's the perspective that all of us are missing on. Smart City Mission was an opportunity to involve all these aspects. It was not anywhere mentioned that we should or we have to exclude heritage or cultural aspects to it. So that is why I mentioned that it is it was an opportunity for local governments, and they have missed that opportunity. The best part was Indore was able to look into it, and all their ideas, the report that they submitted as a proposal to the government when they got selected as one of the 100 cities, they had put in the palace as a focal point, and everything revolved around it. So all the progress, all the developmental aspects that they had put in the report, in the proposal, it was as per the palace. So it was an opportunity, and I think Indore has taken a very good stand on it. And as you said, we link smart cities mission to technology. That's not the case. So I think that as a I would say layman, even I'm one of them because I'm still looking into it. We have to look into these matters, because then we rely too much on the governance aspect. That is where participatory governance should come into picture, and that is when we as community needs to get involved, because I think in the morning someone mentioned that we are the government, and I think that's how it should be taken into consideration. I don't know if I've answered your question. Yeah, thank you.
I'd like to clarify one more thing that is sort of being discussed but not focused on, and that is that when community is involved, we're talking about the future. Everyone is talking about the betterment of the community. And if you link it to conservation, how are we dealing with conservation? Are we talking about conservation that are to change to make the community better? Or we're talking about conservation as something that is of the past, must be preserved for the benefit of the community? How will that benefit? So I think that it raises an important foundational question that we are not really discussing in detail. And if I might put it in a much more provocative way, what we are really trying to say is that conservation as India is about the future, not the past. It is rooted in the past, of course, but the act of conservation, the purposes of conservation, the objectives of conservation is to create a better future. And if that be so, what happens to all the knowledge that we have imbibed on what conservation is about, what heritage is about, and what's all about? Heritage is always evolving, as some people have mentioned, it's always evolving. And I think you point out that, a very interesting point, that heritage, you don't have to look at it locally. You can see from internationally how it has been constructed. So there are many ways. I think these 4 papers have brought out important points. But the question that you raises this issue, that does it require us to relook at the way we are practicing conservation? Is conservation about not the past, but modernity? Are we trying to say that we must be a different kind of a modern nation through conservation? So if that be so, then conservation is a very dynamic, progressive, changing idea, but rooted in the past. And there again, I would quote the philosopher Paul Ricoeur, who said that to be modern, do we have to forget the past? Because today, the way we are practicing modernity, for example, what we have done to Vishwanath Dham and all that, is the fact that, to be modern Banaras, we have to destroy the past and make it a modern thing. But yes, the temple will be preserved, because that is the essence of it. So yes, we have conserved heritage. But have we conserved heritage? So where, these are the kind of questions I wish all of us would be able to talk about. And thank you for the question, because I think it raises an important issue that all of you can begin to think about. Because all of you in your own ways have answered it, but not been able to put it in a provocative way. In a very apologetic way, you say, yes, it is this also, that, and that also. But I think we need to be much more provocative, much more aggressive, that in India, in Purulia, in Jaipur, in Indore, in Tamil Nadu, this is the kind of heritage we have, and this is the kind of heritage we want as to practice. So it has to be put in a much more provocative way, instead of, I think all 4 speakers are rather apologetic about the fact that they're different, but it's important, but please understand as we are different.
And Also, one more point, if I may briefly just add to that, is that when you're talking about conservation and how we look at it, and look at it in bridge the modern with it, then and if you're talking of it as renewal and repair, then where the community involvement is like, where are they involved in the decision-making process on what is to be conserved, and then conserving, and then their involvement becomes that much more relevant, that what is of value and what is culturally valuable, religious value, etc., and how is it to be then, their involvement to occur in the future as well, going into the future. So that is one.
So, yeah, I don't know if we came across as being apologetic, but in the context of the sacred spaces that we were working in the two temples, at least the first temple, Abhatsahayashwara temple in Tukkachi, is a very interesting case where, of course, in the presentation we talked only about the Ayadi Ganitam, which was what we wanted to focus on. But that project is amazing because it's a 11th century temple, and that 11th century temple about 60 to 70 years ago fell into disrepair, and this village, it's called Tukkachi, and the temple actually is a Shiva temple, but there is a Durga shrine. And in colloquial Tamil, Tukkachi is actually Durga Achi, which means Durga's rule. So the village from this 11th century is actually carrying the name of the deity in the temple. And then with about 60 to 70 years of deterioration, the community, the villagers had a severe disconnect with the temple. They would, and why? Because 60 to 70 years is still the life expectancy of Indians. So you didn't have a new generation of people who have seen this temple as a vibrant, it's one of the earliest Cholas who created this, and it's a remarkable temple. The current generation, not the current generation, generations of people have only seen this temple as a ruin. So the temple was always an eyesore. And development started around the temple. People were selling plots, and the village was changing. Its characteristic was changing completely. The disconnect was very clear. So when we talk of what should be our charter, or what we really need in terms of our culture moving forward, is relevance and continuity. I don't think the way the Venice Charter is conceived is for relevance and continuity. I don't think relevance and continuity is there. It's a piece that you must go and see in a museum, or it's an archaeological aspect that you must respect, but it's not about how relevant it is to me in my life. That relevance and continuity is not spoken of in these charters. And therefore, if you're really talking of relevance and the importance in the community, it's important to revisit how we should deal with these sites. So in fact, what happened in that project when we finished submitting the DPR is that many things came together at the right time. You need a donor for this scale of work, and it came together. The government was there. It was taken up, and in a matter of 2 years, the entire site, with 2 different sthapatis working, the entire site was revitalized. And the photograph that you saw, that the first photograph, which is of several people in the temple premises, on the day of the reconsecration, there was no space to stand. And the whole community has sort of, taken ownership of the space again, because in the 2 years of conservation work, it was hands from the village that were employed to do the renovation work. So this was a very important connect. The sthapatis came from distant places, but they chose to employ local youth, which really created a connect. So we need to reconstruct, we will reconstruct. But we need to reconstruct because we need to create that continuity and relevance for the community. There are several cases, and Dr. Shika knows of another temple which has an incomplete Rajagopuram, And now if you were to look at it, there'll be hue and cry if that Rajagopuram has to be completed. But then that is being completed now in public eye, because we are not really worried what the Venice Charter says, because in this place, continuity and relevance is so important to the current generation. And if you are able to establish that, I think we are doing justice to what the original people who wanted to establish such places did it with. So, I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The question regarding communities, we often say that plurality, and often in my study also I found there are plurality of community, and they are heterodox in the sense of what they are looking from a heritage, right? It's not always the same. For example, this thing always came to my mind. For example, you are revitalizing that, the uru making. For example, the community of Ashari, the carpenters. End of the day, what we are doing, we are reinforcing the caste system, for example, right? Because the ender move, for example, you must be familiar with the Gandhi-Ambedkar debate. Gandhi said that Chadurvarna is important because it gives the division of labor. Ambedkar said the problem, you cannot come out of the division of labor, right? That's the problem with that. So often some of these things may reinforce that kind of a traditional hierarchy where you are always doing menial labor. And or for example, I was talking about this ender space of uru making is a masculine space. There is no female in that space. You always take care of your khalasi, and I will cook at home, right? By revitalizing that, what is happening at the gender question? Or for example, I was talking about the businessman, the traders, who will actually in this enterprise, who is getting benefit out of in terms of class, right? The coolies and people are not getting now. Mostly the Bengali laborers are doing that, and they will get a minimum wage, right? In this renovation, who is actually getting benefit out of it? So I think that heterodoxy and the contradictions and the predicaments of seeing community also important in our kind of discourses. That's what I'm just.
So, addressing the question of community, because our center of work has been on intangible cultural heritage, and one key feature or characteristic that we have in our country that I also find that I always have to introduce that when I present internationally is that we have culturally cohesive communities. They are rural communities mostly. They are so there will be a village or a cluster of villages where these communities stay and they practice a particular intangible cultural heritage form traditionally, mostly as a cultural occupation. So traditionally, livelihood has been linked to that, and they have been part of the process through generations for a long time. And we've been working, for example, I'll take the case of Purulia because that's our case study, that when we first started 20 years back, the process has evolved because when we first started, we went to find the conditions so hapless, so bad. And that is the time that we realized that the traditional skills, the creative skills or the cultural skills that are there with the community, which are not in practice anymore, or the younger generations are not coming forward, are extremely valuable skills to recreate the livelihood if they are contemporized. And if a certain ecosystem is created for them to facilitate that process of skill transmission, of innovation, of development, and that has been the process. And along with that, even trainings on entrepreneurship, or even trainings on digital things, and all those things have happened over the years. Now, when we first started, it was safeguarding the art and creating livelihood. But then it moved forward to international cultural exchanges, because we realized that if artists from different parts of the world come together to actually exchange ideas and creative notions, then the growth that happens is massive. The confidence that's created is massive. And from there, we moved to the aspect where we found that people were just hopping into the villages just to see an art village or a dance village, or where they stay or how they live or what their customs are, which are integrally linked. So that is when the whole village tourism thing started, which was community led. And then eventually we realized that the interpretations of heritage or the interpretations of their dance forms or how they see it are based a lot on oral traditions and how the communities interpret heritage. So what is the way that we can put that forward vis-a-vis the more elite sort of narrative? So that is when a community museum was built, where the communities also became a direct part of actually designing that museum, which is inside the village on the community's land. It's a partnership, public-private community partnership. So these kinds of things have happened, and eventually if we also look at the progress, Chau was essentially, for example, a male dance. But there were some Chau female artists who are very well known, but it was not in practice. Nobody expected it to be in practice in the community. But when they started developing, women came forward, and then there was huge hue and cry as to why women would dance Chau. But there are now 70 women dancers in the community, and just a few days back, there's one Chau artist who won the Bismillah Khan Award. There are several who have won Sangeet Natak Academy Award and things like that. So the recognition that got created with the community have impacted the overall development and the conservation of both the intangible cultural heritage and the cultural space. So they own the festivals, they own the whole process of conservation maintenance, and the whole thing started from what do you think is valuable to you. I am not coming and telling Chau is very important, please conserve that. So it was about sort of evolving the whole process with the direct participation and leadership of the community. So I would say that is an important area which has led to these kinds of indicators, some of the indicators that I talked about. But what we really look at is the overall development, and I think the dialogue is, we have sort of established, I'll just say your second question from the more development perspective, we have probably established in the Mondia cult or after that culture has a transversal role, but we have no way still of measuring how culture is contributing to development indicators in different fields. They still remain disconnected, and they are still sort of working in silos. How do we integrate that to make culture a tool for sustainable development in the real sense in terms of indicators? Because we are all measuring those, we all know what those are, but those dialogues remain with us and within these kinds of cohort where we are already informed, we are already talking about culture. How do we mainstream that dialogue with indicators of measurement would be my one sort of take for way forward. Thank you.
Dr. Trivedi, would you like to?
Yeah, can I please just add a little bit? I would like to say that what Madhura was just talking about the measuring tool, I'll just add to the discussion that we are ongoing. The second phase of the project that we are taking up, and we went up and did a couple of interviews where we came across that people are not getting involved, because I was working in the region of metro cities. So what we came across was our people, our society is turning more towards the service sector and not towards the skill development sector or our primary occupation that was earlier. So what has happened is, even though a family is contributing to the skills, they have the skills, the ancestors have been working on it, the grandfather has been working on it, but the younger generation are moving towards the service sector. And that is where the skill is getting diminished, it's getting vanished, and then it comes down to the wages aspect. Because when we were looking into this, we also reached Hyderabad and we were looking at the tombs. So there are the tombs are getting, I would say, I don't know heritage-wise what's the term, but they were, cleaning it up and, restoring it. So all the masons that they were working there were from Rajasthan. For them, it becomes very difficult, and then that leads to, the wages are not sufficient enough. My family is in Rajasthan, and then the work has been going in from many, many years. That is what we were told. So from my current interviews that we are working on in the phase 2 of the ongoing project, we have realized that this is our part 2 that we are working on, where policy makers need to be checked upon, and maybe we need to relook into what we are, maybe the discussion will go away from community that I'm currently working on. And as you said, about the measuring tool. So even I'm not aware of the measuring tool yet. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to bring in a mixed method approach where through their interviews, also bringing in various aspects from economics as well, where well-being, quality of life, everyday living has been measured. And looking at those indexes, I'm trying to develop how to measure the culture part of it. So I don't know if I'll be successful. Maybe we'll meet next time and discuss on it more. But to the younger generation that is here, maybe you can start working on it, because this is really, really important. And I think this is what, as Sir said, heritage and conservation is our future. So we have to leave that behind for our coming generation. So yeah, that's one bit from me. Thank you. Yes, please.
Yeah, I think one question there.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, okay. Gurmeet.
Okay. Couple of questions. One is wonderful presentations, and what I'd like to, you talk about 20 years and 30 years. I guess several of us are kind of riding the wave. The language, what is in the speaking when we are looking at the space of culture? For instance, Arun's presentation and using the terminology decoding Ayadhi Ganitam in Dravidian temples. Now, again, one wants to know what it is. And you can understand that this whole decoding, reverse engineering that he talks about, is actually very much embedded using the terminologies, the vocabulary, the lexicon of the community. I'm a fan of the work Madhura and Ananya do. But then what comes to my mind is, of course, culture from their project is that cultural heritage, the working in cultural heritage space definitely requires to be linked with social justice. And I guess that's what you are trying to imply, that we have to walk across, if you're talking about the future, if you're talking about cultural heritage, when you're talking about the homogeneous community, the areas I work in, I don't see them homogeneous. And if you're uncomfortable about speaking of caste, class, and all of that, we are in a bubble where, community looks dancing around the fire and all looks good. But you're really touching upon some very, very serious issues if you really want to make it relevant for the people who, where it really matters. The other is about the tragedy of the commons. Now, you did speak about linking cultural heritage practices with cultural heritage spaces. And I remember when we were working on the cultural heritage policy for Punjab, we looked at intangible separate of tangible. And I wonder if we were to speak with a lot of Punjabis or Bengalis and say, look, what do you understand by intangible and tangible? Do they even, in their vocabulary, in their imagination, can even separate the two? But we as professionals are actually looking at it as two different areas of work. And I remember we were not looking at what you were doing, and probably you were not looking at what we were doing. So there is this whole tragedy of the commons, because we were not looking at each other, and we work in a space where tools of governance is that properties are either privately owned or government owned. There's nothing in between. I remember a conversation with an SDM who said, "Ji, ye mandir jo hai, ye to ya to private hai, belongs to the Thakur, or it belongs to the government. You can't say ye community temple hai." So whatever falls in the space of commons, there is nothing. The solutions of separating tangible and intangible and all of that, and the patronage of the state actually are all tools of disruptions. They are not tools of integration. And that's what, if you have a response, I'd be happy to hear that. But language, to my mind, is a very, very important thing. The other day I was having a conversation with a mason on the phone, and he's trying to explain to me how he's building the arch and how the load is getting transferred. And I'm trying to explain in my vocabulary, and I couldn't understand him, and he couldn't understand me.
So one thing I want to clarify is, when I say homogeneous communities, I mean in terms of their cultural tradition of ICH, the cultural occupations that they have had traditionally, which is homogeneous mostly in our country. If you see in Punjab embroidery, there will be a whole community who have been practicing that for generations. What I mean by homogeneity is that in terms of the cultural occupation. Just wanted to clarify that. Yeah, and I think our policy work happened in 2012-13, so we've come a little forward.
There was one before that, I think. Yeah. I think two more.
Okay. Yeah, this is for Professor Menon. I mean, about the charter specifically, because you raised very important points, and I am sort of an optimist, so I think we shouldn't undermine the INTACH Charter. I think it has contributed a lot in these years. I myself have used it in a lot of, while doing conservation plans, I refer to the charter whenever I've taught in SP and all. We look at all the charters now, So in the series of Venice, Athens, Nara document, Bara Charter, and then INTACH has its place, the INTACH Charter. So I think it has contributed a lot, and all the presentations that were given today sort of link, to the principles that have been mentioned in the charter. You raised a very important point about its application, and I think that is where we are sort of losing it, because I don't know whether INTACH itself has evaluated how the charter has been applied, whether any of the INTACH project reports mention the charter and its application, which is where, why we see Venice being talked about, because it has an application at the UNESCO World Heritage level. So, and in case of India, we do documents, we make them and then we forget that it also has an application. So probably that's where it is a possibility, and if you would like to comment on that. And just for the one clarification I wanted to make on the smart cities. Yes. The smart cities overall heritage projects, it's more than 1,000 crore that has been spent. So it's not just one city like Indore. There have been city level, applications like in Jaipur or Gwalior, which was more than 230 crores. In fact, much more than what Hriday has spent. But the problem there was that smart city did not have a structure for heritage like Hriday had. So probably that's where the lack was. But in terms of expenditure, it's much more.
Yeah, I just discussed one case study, so I have covered that. Thank you, ma'am. I didn't discuss it here, but I have covered.
One.
Thank you. I'll try and make it as brief as possible. Comment from Dr. Arun Menon when he said that heritage and cultural relevance has to be seen from the point, conservation especially, has to be seen from the point of view of relevance and continuity. That should be also a primary effort for conservation of heritage and culture. And I'm trying to link it to what Madhura said, that working in the cultural sphere vis-a-vis developmental sector, we still don't have relevant indicators. But you mentioned that, the happiness levels and quotients in that community have risen. That area has developed in terms of, picked up in terms of rural tourism. Obviously, there are economic benefits to be derived along with relevance and continuity of an almost dying performing art and crafts. So do you think the need here is also to revisit the indicators? Probably the results that you get from a successful project and initiative continued, are they not feeders into those indicators? And aren't those indicators which you talk of, I'm not aware of what they are, probably they are also, composed in a very academic, uber sanitized spaces with a little disconnect from what actually is at the grassroots level. So to flip the situation, you get what I mean?
Can I answer
Thank
that?
you.
Can I answer that?
Yes.
So I think the indicators that I'm talking about today, we have taken about 10-15 years to sort of establish them, not because we did not understand that, but we were looking for that language and the vocabulary by which we will be able to get people to listen to and understand what we are talking about in terms of socioeconomic empowerment, in terms of, culture leads to a a village with full sanitation. If I make this sentence, then it is not possible to understand that. What I'm trying to say is, what you made is a very valid point. Those indicators are there, but those indicators are development indicators, and they are not being linked to how culture is instrumental in bringing out that development. We are doing that, and we have had to raise funds from, say, 2005 till about maybe 2 years ago also. And then every time we have to negotiate what we mean by development, because, you work in culture, and it's festivals, and it's exchanges, and it's things like that. So there's a long way to go for us to actually mainstream the dialogue. That's what I meant. Right now, there are dialogues on culture and climate change, and there are no indicators to measure that. So,
may I just respond to that discussion that just happened? Okay, the indicators are, if you take the context of Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, the indicators are what signatories to the SDGs, which is all the countries and therefore the governments, have to fulfill at every stage, have to document, quantify, document, and submit at every stage. Now, if you just pick up SDGs 9 and 11, the indicators are very well thought out. And the indicators, every target of every SDG has an indicator. So if you're talking of, let's say, carbon footprint reduction, you'll have to actually measure what's the carbon footprint reduction coming from cement consumption, for example. Okay, is cement consumption reducing? Then the carbon footprint is reducing. Now that is linked back to don't pull down buildings and reconstruct them. Try to revitalize existing infrastructure as much as you can. But here, if a property is culturally relevant, there is an importance more than just the physical entity being retained. There's a cultural importance. And so specific SDGs actually talk of how these dots, you can join the dots and you have an indicator. So you can actually cut down carbon dioxide emission by wanting to preserve some buildings, retaining infrastructure and revitalizing infrastructure instead of pulling it down and going with a completely new building which will eat up more carbon dioxide than retaining it. So these indicators are very well thought out. And if we look at these indicators, especially SDG 9 and SDG 11, they are completely in the domain of culture. So it's important for us professionals to know this connect so that we are able to understand the relevance in the context of sustainable development. But it's the government authorities that will actually have to do this number crunching and then demonstrate that whether SDG 9 has, how much of it has been achieved in Tamil Nadu, in a district in Tamil Nadu, or a district in Punjab or whatever. So this is, I think it's very important for us as professionals to understand these things and then contextualize them in terms of the projects that we're working on. It has a great meaning.
I'm sorry to disturb the discussion. I'm sure we're really enjoying this, but maybe please take this discussion to lunch and everyone can discuss it outside. So we come back at 2:10. All right, and this room will be divided into two. So session 2 with Dr. Madhura Datta and Dr. Shahul Amin. We'll have it this side, the session, and Ms. Gurmeet Rai and Dr. Arun Menon session will be that side. So this will be divided. Yeah, a wall will be drawn in between. So just to inform. Yeah.
Exactly. Thank you all of you very much. And just to reiterate, perhaps as Professor Menon said about the charter, once more with feeling, and maybe why not? Hope floats. So.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Am I audible? Yeah, it's a little low. It's on. It's on. Hello? Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us and welcome to the third session of the Symposium on Conserving Culturally Significant Places in India. This session is being chaired by Dr. Arun Menon and Ms. Gurmeet Rai. Ms. Gurmeet Rai is a conservation architect, heritage management specialist, a permaculturist, and an educationist. She is the director of CRCI India Private Limited, a premier organization in India in the field of heritage conservation and management established in 1996. CRCI has over 30 years of experience in working with natural and cultural heritage with policy-making organizations, technical bodies, donor agencies, and government bodies at national, regional, and local level. CRCI was awarded Award of Excellence and Award for Sustainable Development by UNESCO under the Asia Pacific Architectural Heritage Awards in 2023 for conservation and revitalization of the Rambagh Gate and Ramparts in Amritsar and People Haveli in Gurdaspur, both in Punjab. CRCI's projects demonstrate the connected practice of cultural and natural heritage conservation, management, and development. I request Dr. Parul Munjal to please felicitate her. The session is also being chaired by Dr. Arun Menon, who is a professor of structural engineering at IIT Madras. He holds a first degree in architecture and a PhD in earthquake engineering from the University of Pavia in Italy. His research interests include structural aspects of historical constructions, earthquake behavior of historical masonry, structural masonry, and risk assessment. He coordinates the activities of the National Center for Safety of Heritage Structures, a Ministry of HRD-supported research center at IIT Madras. He was expert member on the International Coordinating Committee for UNESCO World Heritage Site at Bagan, Myanmar, and currently is a member expert advisory group to IIC for Wat Phao, UNESCO World Heritage Site in Laos, PDR. He has been involved in conservation projects in India, Rashtrapati Bhavan, IIM Ahmedabad, Madurai Meenakshi Temple, Konark Sun Temples, Bhutan, Tango Monastery, Wangdu Phodrong Dzong, and Myanmar, Bagan, and the Philippines, San Sebastian Basilica, Manila. He is an expert member of ISKARA and actively involved in Bureau of Indian Standards, BIS CED 06 Stones, CED 13 Building Construction Practices, and CED 39 Earthquake Engineering Sectional Committees. I request Dr. Munjal to please felicitate him. I now request our first speaker for the day, Agrima Malik, to please come. Please request all of you to please just stick to the time. All of you have 10 minutes.
Hello everyone, my name is Agrima Manglik. I'm an architect from Meerut, currently based in Delhi. The research titled Reviving the Single-Screen Cinema Halls of Mumbai Through Adaptive Reuse was based on the directed research program conducted during the 10th semester at CEPT University. The second author for the paper, Mehnaz Amir Islani, was the guide during the DRP. Between the two world wars, the construction of cinema halls began due to the great influx of people, skills, technologies to the port cities, Bombay being one of them. And so, the need for entertainment for the migratory population was identified, and most of the cinema halls were constructed by the end of the 1930s. Cinema halls soon became centers of urban public and culture due to the following reasons. They acted as landmark and provided to the imageability and identity of the neighborhoods. They created employment opportunities and led to the development of ancillary businesses. They provided connectivity, and they also became a place for all. The decline of cinema halls happened due to the domestication of entertainment, rise of multiplex, taxation policy being the highest in Mumbai, entertainment tax which is 45%, and very recently COVID-19. With the forthcoming DP of Mumbai, the research done by UDRI in collaboration with Majlis Cultural Centre puts forward an argument that the protection of these cinema halls is necessary as a loss of these urban centres would affect the urban character of Mumbai. The research establishes how cinema halls, by the definition prescribed under DCR number 67, are entitled to be regarded as culturally significant and heritage buildings. This brings us to a research question: how can the underused and unused single-screen cinema halls be interwoven back into the urban public of the city such that their heritage values are maintained? The research started with site study and literature review, which led to the objectives of reuse for the cinema halls, which in turn, along with global case studies, led to a method of analysis that was used to analyze the local cases in Mumbai and suggest recommendations. So what is adaptive reuse? Adaptive reuse is made up of two words, adaptation and reuse, and it deals with changes that range from non-permanent to minor changes, permanent changes. Why adaptive reuse for the single-screen cinema hall? Adaptive reuse would make them relevant to the present context, it would help retain their heritage, and it will act as catalyst for their growth and development. There are various attitudes towards adapting a building, but these cinema halls have cultural and historical significance which has to be retained, hence we place them within the category that deals with minor changes and focuses on continuity. Various authors have talked about different approach towards adaptive reuse. In this research, we look at the architectural approach, and within that, we focus on the physical intervention and the aesthetic relationship between the old and new. Since the research focuses on the exterior of the cinema halls, we use the strategy of facadism along with the strategy of stacks and wrap, and focus on the harmony between the old and the new. The selected site for the research is Pillar House. In 1850, the British government developed Kamatipura as the city's entertainment district, known as Pillar House, which was hybridization of Playhouse. Why Pillar House? Most of the redevelopment for single-screen cinema halls has taken place in town and is limited to Art Deco cinema halls like Sterling, Metro, New Excelsior, Eros. But even though Pillar House accounts for a large number of theatres, there has been no consideration for them. Because of its historical and cultural past, the cinema halls need to be reused as public spaces. 5 cinema halls are taken in this thesis for study. All this understanding about the site and adaptive reuse led to the development of objectives for the cinema hall to achieve as public spaces. Adaptive reuse would help retain the heritage and identity of the cinema halls, and they will again act as landmarks. It will lead to the economic upliftment of the neighborhood, and it will help educate the past about the rich past of the city. Achieving these objectives through adaptive reuse. 3 drivers of decision making are identified, the first being function. For this research, the program given by the BMC in the regulations mentioned in DCPR 2034 is taken. The BMC provided that cinema halls would be used for the purpose of entertainment for the general public. Second, we focus on genius loci. An important aspect of adaptive reuse is to revive the genius loci or the spirit of the place. The spirit of a place at a particular point in time is memory, and there's a very close relationship between heritage, memory, and so while dealing with heritage and culture, we need to understand this relationship. This brings us to the first question: what in the given buildings need to be retained, subtracted, or added? The third driver of decision making is economic benefit. Since land prices are high in Mumbai, adaptive reuse should provide the developer some economic benefit which would motivate them to take up the project. One such way through which a developer could benefit is maximizing the floor space. Hence, we come to the other question, which is how can volume be added to the building such that it benefits a developer? To answer these two questions, we look at global case studies, which would help us arrive at a method of analysis for the local cases in Mumbai. The first question is answered by the first 2 case studies. In both the cases, the characteristic feature of the building is identified, and the changes are made to the building, they respect that. Changes to the building are contemporary, and they respond to the current physical time context. the building is also made to look neat and tidy. The second question is answered through the other two case studies. In both these case studies, a new volume that is added into the old structure responds to the existing building in terms of its scale and proportion, the materiality, and the mass and void relationship between the new and the existing. And so, in order to answer the first question of what you retain, add or subtract, it is important to identify how the building is perceived from the outside once it is adapted, and to identify the DNA of the building, without which the building will not resonate with its past. To answer the second question, the second question is guided by the architectural response, which deals with the question of scale, proportion, mass, void, materiality, and the regulations given by the BMC. We come to our local case study. For the purpose of the research and this presentation, I'm focusing on only one case study. New Roshan Talkies was opened in 1930s by a Parsi family and was known as Elephantine Theatre. The theatre housed various Gujarati, Parsi, and Marathi plays for the natives of the elite town. The existing condition of the building can be seen in these two photographs. The theatre has been shut since 2017, and occasionally it has been used as a shooting venue for movies or web series, and it has not been maintained well at all. When one looks at the theatre, you could only see the vehicles parked outside, and most of the attention goes to the thick colonnade in front, and then attention goes to the facade behind. The Indo-colonial motifs that we see behind the thick colonnade gives the building its character, and hence it should be retained. This picture shows the unwanted growth and different layers that has accumulated over the time, which needs to be removed. Keeping the structure of the openings intact, the infill can be replaced as per the new design. The thick colonnade could be removed as it hides the facade behind and creates a dark space in front. That thick colonnade could be replaced by slender column and railings that increase the visibility of the facade. A balanced composition in the facade can be achieved by adding the missing elements in the style of the existing building. And the entire elevation can be completed by adding arches and pilasters in the style of the existing building, or a new contemporary addition which distinguishes between the old elevation and the new extension could be done. The calculations led that one additional floor could be added into the build. While adding the additional floor, two trajectories could be taken. The additional volume that is added could work along with the part of the building that was added later and act as one new unit, or an entirely new volume could wrap around the facade, and the divisions in this volume should respond to the openings and the divisions in the existing facade. Similar analysis was done for all the 5 case studies in Mumbai. To conclude, we again come back to the 3 drivers of decision making. Function. Since Pillar House is populated by sex workers and labor class, the purpose of entertainment might not be the best. Other functions should be introduced in combination with entertainment that would bring people together. In order to revive the genius loci, the building identity should be retained. It could be done in 2 ways. The building should be reduced to its original layers for further interventions, and the characteristic elements of the buildings should be identified and retained. Old elements should be removed to add new elements, and these contemporary additions should respect the original details of the building and respond to the context. The perception of the facade is important when it comes to reviving the genius loci. It could be looked at in 3 ways. It is vital to remove the visual clutter to make the facade visible and inviting to the users. The facade of the cinema halls should present a balanced composition that matches the original architectural intent of the building. And wherever the characteristic elements of facade are hidden, improvements should be made to make them visible and highlight them. This will help enhance the identity of the building in the context. Given the build density, the strategy of wrap and stacks is used. While adding new floor, following should be considered. Existing pattern of the building should be respected. New material should complement the existing. Attention should be paid to light, ventilation, and circulation. And wherever possible, access should remain the same. And so, the main idea behind adapting these cinema halls is to make them relevant in the present context through various architectural and programmatic interventions. Any changes should be done keeping in mind the context of the people, the host building and the buildings around, time, which is the relationship between the past, present, and the future, building regulations. All these affect the new function of the building, its architectural language, and the economic viability of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Agrima. Our next speaker is Sukhvinderjit Singh Kumar.
Good afternoon, all of you. Here I am going to present the paper on the structural conservation and the sacred antiquities, a case study of the Mansa Devi Temple, Panchkula. Interaction between the structural conservation and the sacred antiquities make up the essential area of the inquiry in a large field of the art history and heritage studies. Sacred study embodied the layered histories functioning as the responsibility of the architectural antiquities, spiritual devotion, and the cultural consistency. Mansa Devi Temple is the Panchkula, Haryana, is an extraordinary example of the dynamic interplay. It stands as the compelling case study of the investigating the complexity of the conserving religious heritage in India. Dedicated to goddess Mansa Devi, it houses a revealed deity within the tradition of Shakta worship, manifesting very best expression of the synthesis between the spiritual and the architectural. Completing during in the early years of 19th century by Maharaja Patiala, this temple shines in the stylistic nuances of the late medieval period, where the religion idioms blended with the sacred in the stylistic, its architectural form, domes, pillars hall, and carved facades, in the neither merely a physical locus of the worship nor merely testimony of the socio-political and the religious ethos of its time. Conserving such a holy antiquity is a challenge in itself, unlike a secular heritage structures, temple, and the living sites. Continuously shaped by the ritual beliefs and the activities of the devotees, the dual identity of the Mansa Devi Temple as the both and the place of active religious practices and ancient monument demands a conservation response to the cuts across traditional prevention methods. Weathering is one of the natural threats besides the structural fatigue resulting from the pressure of the modernism in the temple, but the pilgrim traffic, particularly during the Navratri festival, accelerates fear and the tear, thereby the necessities interventions that are the sensitive to the both spiritual significance and the material authenticity of the site. The heritage background of the Mansa Devi Temple. The Mansa Devi Temple is one of the most sacred pilgrimage center of the North India, located in the Panchkula, Haryana. The highly revered temple dedicated to Devi Mansa, the goddess of snake, and incarnation of Shakti. So apparently I'm covering the area, as I mentioned, I'm an art historian. So here I'm basically covering murals, which is in the form of Murakshi. And but before that, I wanted to cover the area of structural conservations. The Mansa Devi Temple is the famous historical and the sacred idol of the goddess Mansa Devi, which so apparently the structure is suffering with the main challenges, which is based on the environmental challenges as in the weathering and the climatic conditions. The temple is exposed to the climatic variations from the very hot summers and the heavy monsoons and hailstorms. Effective on the stone structures, wet conditions cause leakage, walls and the floors get weak temperatures, change cause thermal stretch, which brings cracks and the fissures in stones. Air pollution, also chemical erosions. Human induced challenges. high pilgrimage footfall. During the Navrata festivals, thousands of devotees thronged the temple, causing overcrowding and the physical wear in its structures. Repair of the Shikara of main dome of the Mansa Devi temple. The Shikara of the Mansa Devi temple in the Panchkula, Haryana is a crucial element of the architectural grandeur, symbolizing the sacred access between the earthy and the divine realms. Over the time, due to the environmental factors such as the extreme weather conditions, air pollution, and the natural aging of the material, Shikara has suffered from the cracks, erosions, and the surface damage. Just a second. Yes. So in 2019, there's one conservations done by the ASI, where the main challenges is there was the whole Morakshi is done on the upper shikras of this temple. But after that, there's a white enameling in 2019, and there was a case filed by the Chandigarh government and the Panchkula government just because of this. But in the internal side, there's the Morakshi. There's a visibility. Only this is the area where we can see time period and the real structure of this temple. And there are so many stories, let's say Samudra Manthan and the Devis, depiction of the Devis and Shiva and Navadurgas are there. So this temple is divided into two parts. So this one is the main mandir of Mansa Devi, and other one is Patiala temple. Which is made by the Raja Gopal in the 19th century. With that also, there's I'm showing the slide of the Devi Mansa in the half idol till best. But basically, it's a depiction of the Pindi only. This is the later idol of Devi Mansa Devi, they made by the Raja Gopal. So again, this is from Patiala Mandir, again done by Raja Gopal, and this is the form of the Mansa Devi in the form of Ashtabhuji Devi in the four arms. Here I'm showing you some glimpse of the Morakshi murals. You can see some floral patterns in the doorway of Pradakshina Patha, a scene of the Janakpuri. Navagraha, marigolds, Krishna riding on chariots, again a procession. Thank you so much. Let me conclude the topic. The Mansa Devi temple at Panchkula is a remarkable testimony to the confluence of the spirituality, art, and the architectural dignity. It sacred the antiquities, including the sculpture, murals, and the ritual spaces, embody centuries of the devotional practices and the artistic expression. As the significant Shakta shrine, the temple not only serves a religious hub, but also preserves the cultural heritage of the region. The research highlights the important role of the structural conservation to the protecting sacred antiquities, natural and the human factors, including this passage of the time, have challenged the integrity of the temple aesthetics and the structures. Still, these challenges open upon the scopes for the interdisciplinary approach, modern conservation sciences, and the traditional practices and art historical research combined. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sukhvinder ji. Next, we have Priyanka Kanhare and Maniaran Rajendran.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So first of all, I would like to thank INTACH for considering our paper. This paper is co-authored with Mani. He's a dear friend and a co-tutor. So also what we are presenting was a part of the pedagogy of a studio that we jointly did when I was teaching at Navrashna for the architecture studio, and he was doing it with care. A small background about myself. My name is Priyanka Kanhare. I am an architect, landscape architect, and currently doing my PhD in planning. I have been working on riverine landscapes, urban development along rivers for the past 7 years now. So the question of river and development along it has been the core question. So a broad premise that this idea of way to water is something that connects land-water mediation, and it happens at the edge. In this particular scenario, I'm specifically talking about rivers, but in terms of water, you also have lakes. And then there is this added layer of people and even other species. Now, this other species is of prime consideration for me because I'm a landscape architect, and so ecology has been a core interest. And this is all that it actually makes these landscapes as contested spaces. So quickly, I'm not reading through it, but rivers as organically evolved landscapes have demonstrated its cultural importance, and then also there has been a lot of research which talks about its ecological importance. And also it becomes this point of hybrid, which is the integration of a natural system with urban development activities. And this is where this urban edge or the land-water mediation comes in. And also we have noticed, and specifically in a lot of South Asian countries, that there has been a lot of indigenous societies which have locally managed and over a very long time used the natural resources along these rivers in a very sustainable manner. So we do have that kind of a background compared to the global north. So when this and how did this whole idea of documentation being a process of archiving culture of a particular place begin? So this is a painting which dates back in the 1797, which is of the rock fort in Trichy. And when we saw this painting, and Mani clicked this picture in 2022, and interestingly, like you see the kind of change on the edge. The rock fort is there, the monuments are there, but what changes on the edge is what we see. And this is how the entire trigger to look at this entire landscape today happened. Further, so this is just very broadly giving you a context. I'll also go to a map, but this is on the side of Kaveri, which is a part of Trichy. This is the way you have the Kaveri river. So the time we documented this particular site and the kind of work students did was in January 2024. So it was basically not monsoon, but post-monsoon. So you see a lot of these river islands being formed. And then you have the other side, which is the Srirangam. So you see the temple and you kind of see the entire band of vegetation and the entire expansion of the urban development on the other side. So again, a very broad context. You have on your you can't see the, okay. So you have on your left the marked red box as your Sri Ranganatham Swami temple, which is the part of your Srirangam. You have the Amma Mandapam, and then you have the Kaveri river, and on the other side is the Trichy. So it's this, so you know, there has been a lot of connection and a lot of work and awareness about the temple, the Amma Mandapam and the street. But as you see the other boxes, the one box above Amma Mandapam is Garuda Mandapam, and then the one on the opposite side is Gandhi Ghat, and then you have the rock fort. So there are these small points in the entire mosaic which have attained a lot of importance, but in the due course, multiple other locations have kind of been degraded or not really looked at with great importance. So the way we started thinking of it was that, you know, you have the temple street, you have this, and then let's start looking at the entire transect or the entire river island and zoom out. So that brings to this. So we actually zoomed out, and then we realized that there were these two dams, which are one of which is the oldest earthen dam by the Cholas, and then the one in the upstream. So in the direction of river, it flows from left top to right bottom. That's the flow. So you had the first dam, and then this entire land formation of the Srirangam island is what gets formed, and the river actually divides into two, and so it's still Kaveri till the dam, and then it becomes Kaveri at the lower end, it becomes Kollidam on the top, and then that's, so I mean, a river is a system. It's a living system, and one needs to zoom out at times to kind of understand this system. So very strategically, we chose that we want to look at the system between the two dams and take into consideration the entire island. And then through that stretch of 30 kilometers, we looked at the river at every 2 to 5 kilometers as a transect study, of which the 3 typical transects that we identified is what I'll be demonstrating, which I'm also proposing is the first stage of the study that we have kind of been in. So this is the kind of GIS map that we generated from the Google Earth, and overlaying it with topography, open series maps, other land use maps, development maps, we were able to identify multiple lines which tell us different types of land condition. So the research focus is this particular presentation that I am presenting right now focuses on the methodology used to do this documentation, which adds up to becoming the archive. So the study investigates evolving relationship between people and the Kaveri River, focusing on parts of the Srirangam transect, which spans across 30 kilometers within Trichy. By documenting both the physical and landscape and the ephemeral cultural activities along this river, the study underscores the importance of these riverine areas as living archives of cultural memory, reflecting the region's religious, social, and ecological dynamics. So the 2 steps that I'm going to further work upon and show you is going to be this idea of first impression. So I have not seen Srirangam before I went to this place. So when I and then the students landed up on the place, there is something which is called the first impression. And the first impression is something which happens only at that first time and not through repeated studies. So we broke the study down into calling it the first impression and then the repeated multiple site visits at the on-site documentation. So you have a bias in your first impression, but the bias is not there in the second. So this we felt was a very productive way of documenting all the possible layers rather than building up any bias. So the study of basic documentation of on-site mapping went on for almost 1.5 weeks, but both Mani and I have been working on this for quite some time. So there has been a lot of back and forth in that way. Just a note, this is an empirical research and it involves data and the first-hand observation collected during a period of time and in a year, which I mentioned. This serves as a foundation for subsequent work to be undertaken at regular intervals, ultimately progressing into the stage 2 of research. So we are not really presenting any analysis, but we are just demonstrating the method of documenting. So this is the first objective that I'm primarily going to demonstrate, which is recording the ephemeral cultural practices. So the first step, as I told you, was first impression. And what came out of this was these kind of collage exercises, these kind of collage representations, in which students, based on multiple discussions that we had with them, developed graphical and illustrated visuals, which in some case spoke of the tangible elements which were generator of river stories. So we actually transect the entire 30 kilometers over the period of 1 week. And so this was just 1 day, and then the rest of it was the remaining week. To some who looked at it as multiple ground textures, so how textures of land, because of the presence and absence of water, change from the point you begin from the dam, to some places where you could just cross the river and go because there was no water, to some places where you start seeing some grass growing, to some places where you see some birds and other species kind of there, to some places where people were crossing the river and going, to some places cows were swimming in the water and going. So it was very interesting. So this was basically looking down, because the river at a horizon is a different perspective. Similarly, this, so the idea of color at or the vibrancy at multiple points, which if otherwise you would see as just blue, green, and brown as a landscape, you had these pops of color. To some who said that the river actually had an intangible, which gave an intangible feeling of feeling lonely, scared. So this whole idea of personhood to a river. The second part was the observe and the record. So in that we began with a journey map. So journey map which shows the photographs of all the locations that we went to. And then we identified that there were 3 types of transect typologies. One which is the natural interface, a fully urbanized, and a peri-urban. So the transect one, so we were trying to annotate this as either it's religious or cultural, but then we figured out that when it comes to this contested landscape, you can't have one title. You can't just say it's only religiously important. So we have actually used 3 or 4 such annotations. So this place is it has religious importance, cultural and social. So then we did this kind of quadrant maps where detailed ground conditions, primary flora, secondary level, tertiary level trees, everything was marked with photographs. And then we did drone mapping, which helped us to zoom into certain patches and areas where physically we were not able to go. And interestingly, this drone shot was actually taken 3 weeks back when the tree was leafless, but when we went to the site, the entire banyan tree had leaves. So, it itself is kind of demonstrating how the landscape changed. So the quadrant really helped us to see how the street connects to the river. So this section actually is near Garuda Mandapam, where you do not have the water, but during floods it does coming. And then interesting stories. So we also met people, spoke to them. Although we are architects, so not really expert in doing people's narratives or social narratives, but we did try and at least record what they were saying. So that was it. The second, which had the local folk, social and ecology, again a similar set of documentation. The third, which was about community space and social. So this was the Gandhi Ghat. So interestingly, we ended up making these kind of water sections where you see the drawing below the architectural section is where they actually saw the cows swimming and going, and they suddenly realized that it was habitat to some of the other moles and other animals on that particular bed, which was very unusual to find. So, just like if we just see, one is an architectural section, which a lot of accuracy, and then the second is this layer of what they saw, and it itself begins to kind of tell you so many things. In addition to all of that, we also started doing flora mapping. So vegetation and flora samples were collected, herbarium was made, and why a certain flora was found at a certain place. In addition to this, we also did soil sampling, where we realized that the moisture content in the water and the kind of impurities that get into the soil is what has changed the kind of vegetation that has happened. So that is what we did. And then not just those 3, but almost at 12 other locations, students did go and talk to the people about how their connection with the river is, whether they even go to the river or not, and these other locations, which are other temples and other entities which were along them. So I think this is my last second slide. So just quickly, this is the Amma Mandapam. This is the street that goes right across Srirangam temple. So, we took photographs, then we had the drone image. And the drone image, if you further zoom in, gives you that, and then it actually gives you the last set of information. So the importance of doing or using technology now with the current day and time, with its availability, can actually give you a lot of this sort of information, which otherwise physically we cannot access at times, or we cannot overview it. So the way forward that we are looking forward to continuing this research has 2 parts to it. One is the comprehensive cultural mapping, so looking at other transects in as much detail other than the 3 that I showed, which would serve as a foundation for future research and policy making, because with the current trends in a lot of development along rivers that we see, these small instances and places fail to be acknowledged in the policy making or any kind of design, which may not happen to the popularly known cultural places like Amma Mandapam, or in that case some other transect along Kaveri, but it has these small other locations which kind of get left out. And creating a visual archive through this, taking back to the reference of the trigger of that old painting and then what he did, had that painting not been there, what you click today is what it begins from. So it's also incremental, so we're looking forward to developing this further and do this study across various seasons. So yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Priyanka. Our next speaker is Manya Trivedi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I, Manya Trivedi, a final year postgraduate student of history, am going to present my work on Mangar Dham, Reclaiming the Identity of a Massacre. I will start this presentation by a quote by French historian Pierre Nora, as he says, "The quest for memory is the search for one's history. Modern memory is above all archival." Memory often emerges through tangible markers like archives, traditions, and monuments, especially when active traditions of the monument memory are absent. We trace this idea through the case of the Bhil tribe in Rajasthan and the erasure of their past by dominant forces of state and the submissive social position that they are put in, and how it has spurred conscious efforts in the last 2 decades to reclaim and preserve their history. Today, we explore the conservation practices of the Mangar massacre of 1913, a site where memory, history, and identity politics converge to challenge the historical silences and assert marginalized voices. So for context, the Mangar massacre happened in 1913, where over 1,500 Bhil tribals were killed in a skirmish with the state in Banswara, Rajasthan. Also known as the Adivasi Jallianwala or Rajasthan's Jallianwala Bagh in popular memory, this one is a rare example of a historical event where one is known not by a preceding event, but rather by one succeeding it, that is Jallianwala Bagh, which happened 6 years after the event. The aim is to trace this as an act of political forgetting based on the identity politics of colonial and post-colonial India. So just for a context of the historical massacre, the Bhil community of Rajasthan faced severe oppression by the princely states and the British colonial state. By the late 19th century, they were reduced to bonded laborers or bait bigar, which was further worsened by the dead bondage situation. And that happened through the landlords and the social elites constantly trying to submit their identity. Additionally, the 1899-1900 famine killed over 6 lakh people, worsening their struggles. We'll talk about the role of Guru Govind Giri, who was the leader of the revolt in the same, as he founded the Samp Sabha in 1883 to unite Bhils and promote self-reform through religion. He mobilized Bhils to different manners and trying to take away the aspects of their tribal practices that were seen as backward by the modern state. However, his anti-colonial movement became the catalyst for the chain of events. This is because it reduced the state revenue by taking away the biggest consumer market of the alcohol in Rajasthan, which was the Bhil community. It irked the colonial state, the princely state, and the liquor contractor nexus. That was a commercial nexus that benefited and profited largely from the tribal submission for this. This culminated in the expulsion of him and his followers from Dungarpur and later Eider in Gujarat, and constant harassment by the authorities. Therefore, with nowhere to go, the Bhils camped at the Mangar Hill and sent a petition to the British resident demanding to abolish Bait Begar, which was refused. The Bhils continued their assembly, which was deemed by the British as an act of rebellion, prompting a crackdown, and later, on 17th November 1913, over 1,500 Bhils were killed when the fire was opened on them. So what we need to understand over here is the post-colonial conservation of memory and how it is also an indicative of the identity politics ever faced in the pre-colonial era. The massacre's memory was largely erased from mainstream history due to the tribal identity of the martyrs. This was the main reason why there was no conservation attempt in the area until as late as 1999, which is over 50 years until the independence. This is also because of the location and the stakeholder complexity of the place, because the Mangar Hillock spans the borders of Rajasthan. 80% of it is in Rajasthan and 20% of it is in Gujarat. Some part of the hillock is also in Madhya Pradesh territory. The ongoing tussle between states and the different governments have made the conservation of the monument delayed and greatly difficult. As you can see in this picture taken via terrain mode on Google Maps, you can see the hillock and the fact that the faint borderline between the Gujarat and Rajasthan is marked by the arrow. It cuts right through the memorial area, making the issue all the more complex. So my father often jokes that you enter the memorial from Rajasthan, but you exit it from Gujarat. High political stakes involved in the area also make it further desirable to every political organization to kind of take over the conservation process and win the favor of the tribal population, because the site includes 99 Vidhan Sabha seats from 3 different states. Additionally, these are the phases of conservation. One can also see the complexity of political issues in the very process of monument construction. So the first picture, as you can see, is the first plan of the monument in 1999, which was built in 2002. A 35-foot pillar was erected, and it was extended by 7 feet, as you can see in the second picture, and finally by 4 more feet for visibility. However, despite all of these efforts, one can hardly see any depiction of tribal agency in the monument. The conservation efforts are still criticized as being election driven and lacking substance in it to gain the tribal votes of the community living there. Additionally, while the proposals for museums remained delayed due to political disputes between Gujarat, Rajasthan, and Madhya Pradesh, later efforts were made to develop a museum here. In fact, funnily enough, a museum by the Rajasthan government is right now situated on the Gujarat side of the border in the site. However, the present state of conservation is shrouded in uncertainty as Mangar Dham National Memorial Bill that was passed in 2019 in Rajya Sabha still remains unsolved. The current status of the site is that it is still not a national memorial or an ASI protected site. However, in the absence of proper mainstream forms of conservation, one needs to look at the oral traditions as non-traditional conservation processes, and they become the most important means of looking at the site, as memory is preserved through storytellings, rituals, as well as poems and songs. And this was also important because it was the only form of conservation for over 50 years until there was no memorial making or no monument in their place. So an India Today article from 2012 interviewed the families of the survivors of tragedy to note how the memory has been conserved through the stories passed across generations in the 100 years of the massacre and the trauma that the families have faced and continue to face. Additionally, songs like bhajans and vanis express defiance and gratitude. For this, I would like to recite a few lines from a song by Guru Govind Giri that is translated into English for simplicity. I move around Malwa, my dhoon is in Mangar, Bhuretia, I won't give in. My seat is in Ahmedabad, my gadi is in Delhi, Bhuretia, I won't give in. Note how here he calls the Englishman Bhuretia in a derogatory manner and also tries to add a geographical dimension to a community identity by not restricting it to Gujarat or Rajasthan, but in fact taking it to as far as Delhi and kind of calling it a national form of identity conservation of the Bhils. Another form of oral conservation is dhunis, that are altars or yagnas that were worshipped by the Bhils and that till date remain active sites of worship, political and historical reflection, fostering Bhil identity. In fact, the dhuni at Mangar Dham is still lit every year on the day of the anniversary of the event. They have taken a new identity as Mangar Dhuni is also used as a source of blessing and legitimation by every individual who tries to now conserve the memory of the place. The key insights from this, however, are that oral conservation highlights the Bhil agency that cannot be seen in the monumentation of the work. And you can see the Bhils as historical and social actors. It offers richer narratives than state-driven monuments. Now, what can be done for the future? Let's talk about reframing the future conservation narratives and what strategies one can address. Firstly, we need to realize that this is not only a politically contested space, but also one intertwined with colonial and post-colonial identity politics. We need to encourage tribal communities to lead the memory preservation process for authenticity because it's their event after all. Secondly, we need to avoid the risk of Disneyfication of the site, a word that means through commercial transformation, diluting the site's original essence. We need to remember that we are commemorating and memorializing a site where the tribals sacrificed their lives against the very said commercialization. Lastly, but most importantly, the first step of conservation needs to be done in our collective memory. Avoid labeling Mangar as the Jallianwala Bagh of Rajasthan or any other reductive comparisons. These are a disservice to both the tragedies. Here on the screen, you can see two articles that describe. The first one describes it as a Jallianwala Bagh of Gujarat, while the second one describes it as the Jallianwala Bagh of Rajasthan, and it also calls it a bigger tragedy than the latter. We need to understand that the loss of life against the oppression of the colonial state is not a number or a yardstick to measure these tragedies. In conclusion, we need to understand that Mangar Dham symbolizes the resilience of memory and the ongoing fight for marginalized voices and how they try to find their situation in the mainstream politics. While less visible than Jallianwala Bagh, it still stands as a symbol of tribal resistance and identity. The role of the community here is to recognize the tribal efforts to keep the massacre's memory alive through dhunis, songs, and vanis, along with the institutional recognition that the Shaheed Smarak and the designation of it as a sacred and national site have provided. Lastly, we need to call for equitable representation in the national memory to address gaps and biases. Thank you. I look forward to any questions.
Thank you, Manya. I request the chairs and all the speakers to please come to the dais.
for this rest of the session? It's 20.
No, we're running late.
15 minutes at least. Okay. All right. So, very quick observations on on the papers. With the one on Agrima Manglik, yeah? Yeah, I'll go in the order it was presented. So I do appreciate the very kind of, your methodology was very clear, recognizing a very important layer of history of Mumbai. What it does, the good points first, that it just clearly puts in a method for the urban local body to take it forward, to develop some sort of guidelines. So you've done some, you've taken that method, developed a methodology. But it falls short in the area of that it oversimplifies assessment of the buildings, which requires to be multidisciplinary. So there's a structure involved, there's the other aspects of the building, the technological aspects of it, of the cinema and stuff like that. Because adaptive reuse has also got to do with retrofitting, maybe. It's also got to do with aspects related to the technological innovation of a particular period. So what goes within the building? You're kind of looking at it too much on the facade. But otherwise, it's a very, very clear methodology that you've worked on. So, Sukhwinder Jeet Kumar, you, in your topic, you have called it structural conservation, but in the presentation that was missing.
But ma'am, yes, I explained everything.
Is an outer stories, yeah.
So apparently I have mentioned everything in the paper, but I'm feeling very nervous when I was presenting, and I skipped the whole part of the conversation.
You did, one could make out, and you were repeating few things again and again. So don't get nervous.
Yes.
When you've done some work, you definitely know more than the rest of us, so don't get nervous in these situations.
Yes, sure,
so
ma'am.
we'll
I will
read
work
your
on
paper.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. Priyanka, your work on the river, it was very, very interesting. And you come from the urban planning background, no? Not from the conservation, architectural, whatever. From the landscape, moving towards your PhD in planning. So that was very interesting. In fact, in your opening sheet, when you said you spoke about people before ecology, so I was getting a little iffy about it. Ecology should be the first line, and then people coming into that space. But your methodology is very, very interesting. So I think it does contribute a lot for, looking at riverscape, and especially in today's context where we're looking at climate change and riverfront and the havoc we are playing with the edges, over concretization, compromising social, cultural is one part, but nature hugely. So I think that's a very, very interesting beginning, and, quite enjoyed your presentation on that. So I'm more or less going by the form that you've given us, yeah? So thank you for that. And I'm very, very happy to see the diversity in the different papers that were presented. And Manya, your work on touching a very, very raw nerve, but doing it in such a gentle and a heartwarming way. So which I think is amazing, because this is something which we don't do in our country at all, which is talking about contested histories, like even the partition or the 1984 Operation Blue Star, all of these areas, we cannot do any healing, and kudos to you. No community will heal without recognizing contested narratives. But the part that what I was missing in the presentation was I was waiting to hear a little bit more about what do the Beals think about it. That voice was kind of not there. But your approach I kind of quite enjoyed, and very nice that people who selected under the chairmanship of Parul, very, very interesting list of, the selection of papers. Yeah, thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much. That was a nice ensemble of papers. my co-chair has done a nice dissection very systematically, so I wouldn't repeat. In fact, a lot of insights that I didn't have come across. But I just had two thoughts. And one of these thoughts links two of the presentations. While two others were more on a documentation sort of a basis. So particularly with the one that was dealing with the memorial, right? And also the one with the memorial and the one that dealt with the cinema houses in a certain locality in Mumbai. In both these cases, I think the memory of the event, or in one case the memory of the event, and in another case the past history of the place, the solution given by the state there in the memorial has a disconnect with the past. But my thought was, in the cinema houses that you were looking at and the entertainment region it was in, are we consciously choosing to introduce a disconnect with the past? Doesn't the history of the place also need a narrative, or should it be overwritten? Was a thought. I mean, it need not be the line that the analysis or the people working in that place want to take. So that was one thought linking these two projects. The other two projects, other two papers, focused on documenting. But I mean, it's a problem that it's my problem, it's a me problem. Documentation, for the scope of documentation, is something that I find it difficult to understand. And you must have done it for specific purposes. The scope of the documentation, and so sort of an object-oriented documentation is what will keep your work alive. Okay, so if I'm sure that has been the motivation, I think that needs to come through. If it's just the paucity of time that has not put that in perspective. So I just had these two thoughts. Thank you very much for a set of very interesting works. We'll take questions from the audience and then
so I
your own
have
question.
a response to Arun's question, the observation. Yeah, so I had a small response to your observation. I think I think that's the kind of discussion. Yeah. So that's the kind of discussion both Mani and I have been having, that the moment, like he comes from a conservation background, I come from a landscape background. So for me, it's always a system study. And that is one of the key reasons, even in the studios that I'm a part of for my PhD, I am not looking at river based on what the adjacencies are. I'm looking at it as a large system which flows across regions. And then depending on where and what the situation is, the adjacencies change. So, and I think that is the beauty of, I would say, a landscape study, because that kind of zooms you out and expands your vision, expands the scale of then looking at everything else. And then that's the debate that Mani and I have, that he looks at a temple, a street, something at the end of it, which is the way you were mentioning about the object and the system. So I think that was one of the key arguments we had, and I think that's how we developed this, that it's okay to look at the temple, the street, and the mandapam at the end. But now the moment we're talking of a river or an island, and then we are saying that there are multiple such at multiple points, let's zoom out and look at it as a system, and then see how the perpendiculars come to this linear. So somewhere we are trying to, because I'll tell you why this question also came, and it connects to the pedagogy of teaching and design, that as an architectural intervention, you end up making an object at that edge. It is only at the scale of a landscape or an urban that you start to think of it as a system. And even in urban, that's exactly where my PhD is kind of calling it a contested space, that you have an urban and that makes that river urban. But it's actually the river
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think, I mean, I think it's good that you kind of put that point out, because I think there is always this thing about looking at it at a point in time like an object, but at times it is a larger system, and then one needs to look at it from all the possible perspectives.
I'm sorry. let me articulate it better. I often fail to do that. I think that's why. How do I use that information? Who uses the information? How do I use that information? Okay, because it's a brilliant perspective that you're bringing to the whole place, right? How do you use it, and in what form does this information go to affect change?
Yes, I think
that's where
that's
where my query was from.
So won't it go for territorial planning? Aren't you looking at something like room for the river kind of an approach?
Yes. So
where your protagonist is the river.
Yes.
But it's moving in the planning.
Yeah, true. Because I mean, that's something I've been discussing with my supervisor for the PhD thing also, that in the entire world, there are hardly 2 or 3 rivers which actually have a regional scale vision or territorial plan. And that's the limitation of the policy and the limitations of the way our statutory frameworks work around these kind of system, which makes those decisions eventually what we see as projects limiting. So, I mean,
Yeah, and you've demonstrated that transect study quite interestingly, because you're looking at voices of both the urban, the culture, the ecology, all of that. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of unsaid there, but that's what Arun is saying. That, I mean, in all the papers, you're looking for something to conclude.
Yeah, what's your conclusion?
What's your conclusion? Yeah, that's what. But that's because he's a PhD guy, so he's looking at it as the end of the PhD.
No, so these are
maybe 5 years down the line, we conclude.
Okay, so questions from the floor?
I wanted to...
Sorry.
Yeah, so it wasn't mentioned in the presentation.
You can pull it.
Yeah. So it wasn't mentioned in the presentation right now, but some of the limitations of the research were due to the time restriction, and also the research was conducted during COVID-19. So it did not allow for like physically entering the building and measure drawing the building, which is why the part that you were telling that is not focused on. And which also relates to the part that there are different like policies, land acquisition, zoning policies, which were also like not considered, and the focus was majorly on the exterior of the building. And I don't know if I understood your comment exactly, but from whatever I understood, I think according to me and the research, there should be some continuity when you are trying to bring back these cinema halls with when you're reviving them with the past, because the people already hold certain amount of familiarity and they have a certain connection with these cinema halls. Like for example, Elphinstone Theatre, an entire railway station and area is named after these cinema halls. So there has to be some continuity in terms of like how they are revived. Thank you.
Also about the point that you made about the difference between the memory of a place and the state intervention or the state memorialization, I think a very good example about this I remembered is the counter memorials in Germany, because the Holocaust is again an extremely sensitive point of memorialization for Germany, and they have done such an excellent job with it, because the memory of the place is in a way tried to conserve, attempts are made to conserve the exact memory through monumentation. And that is something that I was looking at while I was looking at the memorialization of Mangar Dham as well, because again it is a very touching subject for a community, both Jallianwala and Mangar Dham. So why not do the memorialization in a way that actually honors it? So I think that is something that I also went through while I was looking at the paper.
Any questions from the floor? Comments or questions?
So, yeah, Manya, I wanted to ask, one question is that, you presented this whole narrative, but I'm curious to understand if you are from the area or you have roots in the region, which probably were not spoken about or presented, but it's important, I think, to also mention if that is where you're coming from in terms of, you know, how and where you engaged with the subject. And the second is that you referred to this as a monument, which memorializes, and you talked about the conservation of this as a monument. So now that itself to me is an interesting point that needs to be first made about the idea of the monument. You know, because are we conserving it because the original form of it as it was conceived is important? Are we talking about, when you're talking about it, are you talking about conserving that monument, or are you talking about respecting that memory and commemorating it in a more sensitive way? So that's where I felt that, you know, is the monument itself that important that has been built, or is it the memory that you actually want to emphasize on?
Yeah, so the answer to the first part, I am actually from Banswara, where the Mangar Hill is located. So I have roots there, and when I was a kid, my father's always believed in viewing places to understand history, because I have always been like a history buff, so he used to take me there. I've been there multiple times, so I've seen like 2 phases of conservation over there. Also, for the second part of it, I think, yeah, what you mentioned, I do not talk about the monument when I talk about the conservation. I talk about the memory of the same, because the monument, in all fairness, does not honor the memory at all. Because in the beginning, like the first phase of the monument, as you guys, like as everybody must have seen, it was just a pillar. It was hardly even visible from the hillock. It's on the hilltop, and it's hardly even visible. Like for the people living there, it was no more than just another pillar erected for some reason, like it might have been. So nobody actually made the effort to know more about it, because the monument looked extremely ordinary. Like it did not honor the agency that I was mentioning about, of the event and of the entire memory of the event. So when I talk about conservation, I talk about that. I talk about the memory of the event. Again, as the example that I gave for the counter memorials. One of these, the National War Memorial or the National Holocaust Memorial in Germany, when you go there, it's just blocks. It's black blocks of various sizes. And when you go there, you feel claustrophobic. So it is the feeling of claustrophobic that is to evoke the memory of the people who were in concentration camps. So it is just the it is the memory that is honored over there. The monument, if you see, it's not a major, like a majorly architectural process that was done, but it is known to be an architectural marvel because it honors the memory of the event so well. So I think that is what I was looking at when I tried to look at the place, because when I visited it multiple times, I did not feel the kind of memory that one could evoke from the same. And when you go to Jallianwala Bagh, when you look at the bullet holes, you feel that pang in your heart, because you know that the people have lost their lives there in a skirmish with the colonial state. I did not see that here. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I guess so. We have 2 minutes.
So one question from you. So see, in conservation, we talk about the value-based approach and, you know, having a assessment of values and then figuring out what is significant and what isn't and what can be removed and what cannot. So your approach didn't talk about values in particular. So was that conscious, or was that a conscious attempt to deviate from that as a methodology? Or, I mean, I was curious to know about that again. Yeah.
So what values the cinema halls bring in?
Existing values, cultural values.
The form itself has, you know, when we talk about conserving something first, is it really valuable, and if it's significant, and what are the
attributes?
Values, and where are these values coming from in terms of physical attributes or otherwise? So because, you know, usually when we look at any conservation project, and we're looking at, of course, the first step being evaluating the significance, and then so interventions are then based on that assessment of value. So is that an approach that you consciously left out, or was it just, yeah?
I think it wasn't put in a lot of focus for all the cinema halls. A little focus was put on how you are perceiving them from outside right now, and just general values that the people hold with these cinema halls in general. For each of these in detail, yes, it wasn't really focused on.
Should we just... No, I have no kind words to say. If you have kind words to say, please go ahead.
I think this, just to close the session at the outset, thanks to the presenters, the topics were varied. All of them would require a day's discussion because they're all so deep, and we've taken, you've spent a few days, months, probably years to look at it, and you're putting it into 10 minutes, and it's a real challenge. And so forgive us for the perspective, which may not be a complete perspective, but I think we do get a sense of the challenges, the questions, the key questions that need to be asked, and where are we headed. And I think an important point that we must not forget is, why are we doing the symposium? So in what way should these be giving answers or asking further questions for the big challenge that we want to take on, which is, should we revisit the charter? Is it time? And but I think we had an interesting session. Thanks to the co-chair and all of you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
In the museum? So the contrast. Amazing contrast.
But then it leaves you with a sense of completion. I'm not going to bite you.
What does Kolila mean?
आप चाहे लोग अपना languages में भी आप कभी भी we all go through this. We would also.
World food. Kaveri is in its worst form. Typically it's a holiday spot. Always water because the dam is there.
For the fourth session, for chairs, we have with us Dr. Shikha Jain and Dr. Neeti Trivedi. Dr. Shikha Jain's extensive portfolio covers a diverse range of conservation, World Heritage and museum projects across India and overseas. She has advised government organizations and UNESCO offices in Singapore, Malaysia, UAE, Myanmar, and Indonesia. She represented India on the UNESCO World Heritage Committee and as a bureau member at the 45th session of the World Heritage Committee. Dr. Neeti Trivedi currently heads the Department of Architecture and PhD at MIT School of Architecture, Pune. She has cumulative 20 years of experience in academia, research, and the development sector. She has led urban planning and development projects in India and Australia. As a senior planner for PMRDA, she has contributed to the preparation of development plans for Pune's metropolitan region. She has collaborated with NGOs, civil society, and local authorities on Australia-India Council projects and slum improvement initiatives. She has published widely and is a recipient of 3 prestigious Australian scholarships and a Vice Chancellor's Award for her master's research. I would like to ask Dr. Munjal to please felicitate our chairs. Please give a round of applause. So we have 4 presentations in session 4. The first is by co-authored by Zarna Surendra Shah and Sanjukta Das, and we have Zarna with us.
Should I wait for ma'am? Good afternoon, everyone. Heritage conservation in Ekama Kshetra, navigating identity, context, and the developmental changes. Myself, Zarna Shah, founder and principal architect at MATI. My co-author, Sanjukta Das, could not join us today. Our research examines how to balance cultural preservation with developmental pressures using Ekama Kshetra as a case study. India's heritage isn't just historical, it's living and is intertwined with community practices, making its conservation both urgent and complex. Understanding the regional context of conservation, analyze the cultural, historical, and architectural significance, explore the impact. Can I get some light here, please? Sorry. Explore the impact of identity, both cultural and regional, religious, on conservation strategies, assess developmental pressures, and propose strategies for sustainable, context-sensitive conservation. So the methodology was that we have collected primary data done through site mapping, stakeholder interviews, and direct observations, interviews with the local communities. The secondary data was through the government reports, archives, charters, and scholarly research. Analysis study has been conducted at 3 levels: macro, micro, and component, which I will go through in further slides. So the historical and cultural significance was established. Ekamashetra, the ancient temple town, dates back to the 7th century BC, features Kalinga temple architecture, Astha Ayatna, each with the temples and the precinct pilgrim routes are ritually and symbolically connected to the Lingaraj temple. These are the land use map developed through the GIS methodology and character appraisal of the architecture of Bhubaneswar temple town. This is the map for the Bindusagar Lake and Astha Ayatna pilgrim routes. Next, we have the Yatra routes, how they start and where they reach, and the existing spaces of the Bhubaneswar. This study was done in 2016, so currently we cannot see many of things which are present in the mapping. This is the character appraisal map which we have done, where we are showing the character of the temple town. So each and every houses were documented, mutts, the temples and everything was documented, and the character appraisal was given to it. The character is defined by its blend of architectural brilliance, spiritual vibrancy, and communal life. So we cannot just do the architecture, but we have to understand how the streets, the nodes, the activities work around, and also the analysis of the sacred and specular spaces with the architectural details. So on the basis of the whole study, the SWOT analysis was done, and this is the map where we actually pointed out the issues around the Ekamashetra heritage zone, where many issues were regarding the traffic, the spaces. So in further slides, I will show you that we have proposed some guidelines for the location. So these were the developmental challenges which we are facing now. The sacred spaces are being converted into commercial hubs. There is a loss of livelihoods and traditional spaces for local communities. The younger generation is not willing to continue the craft because of the financial instability and modernization. And we all know the current strategies and critics which Ekamashetra development plan is showing. So in future we will see something like this. To understand in depth, we have done a comparative case study of Varanasi and Ayodhya development plans, how the development plans and strategies were implemented in both the redevelopment projects. So we have come up with the positive outcomes and the negative impacts which the project has given to us in categories of cultural identity, community, heritage structures, tourism and economy, urban aesthetics. I will go in brief with the comparison of all these redevelopment projects with the Bhubaneswar. So majorly for Bhubaneswar, what we can see is in the similar pattern, there is a risk of modernization designs overlaying the cultural authenticity. We can see the displacement of families and small businesses around the heritage precincts. There is urbanization pressure threatening small structures. We have seen in that case for the Bhubaneswar, the small shrines were removed, and there is no documentation for that, unfortunately. So addressing these challenges require a shift towards community-driven and inclusive strategies. These were the original proposed guidelines which we had given for the Ekamar Kshetra area, which we documented that time, and we had given the proposed species also, and how the traffic can be regulated, how we can rejuvenate the ponds and the lakes which we have. So moving forward, the main agenda for this paper is not what documentation and all these things are done, but it is how we should take forward, because we have 3 examples in front of us which have redevelopment projects done, but I guess we are not covering up everything. We need to see with a different perspective. So addressing the developmental challenges in Bhubaneswar old historic town, heritage conservation requires a multifaceted approach that balances urban growth with the preservation of cultural assets. By adapting context-specific conservation model that fosters community by participation, aligning the policies, reviving traditional knowledge, and implementing adaptive reuse strategies, Bhubaneswar can investigate, navigate the complexities of modernization while honoring its rich heritage identity. So what we are proposing is there can be a community-centric conservation, traditional knowledge revival, adaptive reuse strategies, and policy alignment. The policy alignment is the major portion where we need to focus, that we need to reform our policies, whether it is the AMSR Act or we consider the INTACH Charter. We need to look into that in a holistic manner, that it should be context specific. We are talking about the culture and heritage, but all the cities, towns in India, they are not same. So we need to shift ourselves with a different perspective. So for the conclusion and findings, we will say that India's rich cultural heritage is facing increasing pressure from urbanization and tourism. Drawing lessons from these 3 culturally significant heritage zones, Bhubaneswar, Varanasi, and Ayodhya, reveals common challenges and region-specific dynamics. The research highlights the need for holistic context-specific conservation practices that balance heritage preservation with cultural identity, local community empowerment, and integrating the traditional knowledge system and the economic development. So in our paper, we have detailed out what can be this approach for the major points which we are discussing right now. So our question is, how can we ensure heritage sites remain relevant in rapidly modernizing context? Moving forward, conservation efforts must embrace interdisciplinary strategies, policy alignment, and adaptive reuse to ensure that heritage sites remain the dynamic living spaces. With that, I will end my presentation. Thank you. Close it. Pen drive. Thank you.
Next, we have Abhilasha Sharma.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Abhilasha Sharma. I would be talking about developmental paradigms which are challenging the Pink City. And I have my own practice in Jaipur, and I have been pretty much interested in how the developments are going with the practical side, with the heritage side. So looking at the city of Jaipur, we would like to break it down in 3 portions with respect to the development. First being the wall city, which was originally inscribed in 1727. Thank you. So first the wall city, which was inscribed in 1727. And the second part being the 20th century development later done outside of the walls of the city. And the third being the modern and still growing development of the Jaipur city. This is a plan of the Heritage World City of Jaipur. It bagged the title of UNESCO World Heritage Site in 2019, which included and appreciated the gridiron pattern planning at the foothills of Aravalli, basically utilizing the plain area of the valley. And it was developed as a commercial center, basically, a commerce and a trade center. And there have been the main crisscrosses of the primary roads of the city of Jaipur formed choppers or public spaces, basically, public squares. Right now in the world, the inscription of the World Heritage Site of Jaipur, it is worth noting that the facades, the main facades of the bazaars and the public spaces are inscribed, but the havelis inside of these chokris are not a part of this inscription. The second part is this one. So basically outside of the walled city, it was, the 3 schemes were developed, the A scheme, B scheme and C scheme, out of which there was basically an encouragement to develop C scheme the first, where the plots were divided amongst influential and trade-oriented families of Jaipur. So basically here we would see big bungalows sprawling with lawns and shorter boundaries so as to still follow a gridiron pattern in the planning. They did attempt it, but also encouraging more public and human interaction along with green spaces. So first of all, let's look at the wall city. So here we are seeing one of the facades of the Johari Bazaar. You can see the colonnaded bazaars where there is space to move for pedestrians just adjacent to the roads, and the facades are still intact in terms of what their original shape was, although obviously with some alterations over time, but still it follows a certain facade or the way it was. And even with the functionality of the bazaars down on the ground floor level, you can see that the uniformity is still maintained. However, once we get into the inside lanes, so this is one of the prominent havelis. It is called the Ghadi Sazo Ki Haveli. Basically, if you can see at the top, a clock used to be there. So in the olden times when nobody would know what the time was, they would refer to this haveli as, a clock tower. But when we spoke to people who were residing inside the haveli, so because of multiple brothers and generations, it's under dispute, so they cannot sort of conserve it. Even the process of conservation is economically very strong. So not everybody has those means to actually go with the natural materials which are supposed to be put in such structures. Hence, to modify it to their likings, they use materials which are not so cohesive with the built fabric. This is one extreme of the people who own these havelis privately, that, through resources or anything, they do not have the capacity to conserve these structures. The other end is when the people want to move out of the walled city. They want to sell off their land or their havelis. And in that pursuit, a lot of havelis are seeing this kind of a site today, where the entire structure is demolished or it is modified completely into a modern world. Even when they also want to upgrade their lifestyle to live a better lifestyle, probably hold more cars, air-conditioned rooms, big luxurious spaces. And to achieve that, they find it challenging with the confinements of these structures here. On the other hand, looking at the positives when it comes to inside the wall city is an example like the Johri. So the Johri is a boutique hotel which transformed Lal Haveli into a boutique residential stay. And it also is very popular when it comes to fine dining. It basically is like it's a corner Haveli when you go right inside the Johri Bazaar. But it is worth noting that this work took a good around 5 years to get accomplished to what it is right now. And it also took a lot of financial means to build it the way it is today. So it is basically a luxurious side and development of a place in the walled city. Coming next to the 20th century development. So when we speak about C scheme, here in the map, if you can see the central circle over there is the statue circle, where it is written the Palatia Apartments. That entire road is Prithvi Raj Road, and the next node right after the Palatia Apartments is known as Bagadia Bhavan. The entire area is known by a name of one house, basically, and it still popularly is. A lot of people don't even know that there is this house out after which this area is named. So the idea of this is how it looks. So basically a grand sort of a junction point where subtle buildings are there, and the height restriction, the height limitation is such that it does not overpower the surrounding area of the statue circle. Whereas if you look at it in this picture, on the right, on the left bottom corner, you can see another high-rise building coming up right behind the income tax office. So whereas over these areas, houses like this were predominant. This is the Bagadia Bhavan a few days back, and it was sadly taken down. At the same time, this is the Palatia which has come up. So the resultant of it is that because Jaipur's heritage is known for the walled city and the 18th century development, the 20th century development is not coming into notice, and it is not considered as heritage, and the pace of taking down such structures is rapidly increasing. Also, it is a challenge because such high rises do not cater to the infrastructure that is over there. Similarly, when we look at the broader urban scale perspective, from Albert Hall till the Patrika Gate, what is how the development is happening is that the area of the Albert Hall is dominated by the building itself, and where the red box is, that is where a new high-rise is coming up, which will eventually look like this, hampering the urban scape of the Albert Hall. Similarly, as we go down the same street, what we see is that there have been more developments which have happened over the time, one of which was the Jawahar Kala Kendra, which is still sort of blending to the entire scape of the city. But then going and moving forward to a structure as the World Trade Park, which dominates the city. And towards the end, at the end of the JLN road, is the Patrika Gate, which is again a monumental scaled development, but how people are perceiving it is the heritage of Jaipur when it is not. So basically identifying the gaps between these perceptions is that there needs to be more knowledge in terms of how a structure is represented. The gaps are not just from the public, but even at the end of the government agencies and even us as practitioners. So the entire culmination of this research is that how these conversations can be started so that the development that we are seeing in the city, which is only known for the pink city, what are the points of concerns and how do we move ahead about them? So one of them is that we really need to identify the 20th century developments, because if we don't do that at a quicker pace, they would actually soon be endangered, first of all. Second of all is that with the government, so Heritage Cell was established when Jaipur was named the World Heritage Site. And many steps have been taken, like a vigilance cell, etc., to ensure that the developments have been made in a certain way. But that there is still a gap between what needs to happen and what should happen. So maybe another body can be culminated of experts, not just engineers, but conservation architects, urban planners, and more people who are related to this field who can see the heritage from different perspectives. And finally, obviously, community engagement comes to the core, not just through the monumentals and the main heritage, which is in the face, so to say, but also to make them realize the communal value again. So the chowkadis inside the main facades of the city, even inside those neighborhoods, there are many heritage walks which are already in place, but except for just the heritage walks, some activities or some more initiatives need to be taken so that the communities of even varied tastes can come together and realize and become more informed about how they can go ahead with this. And another thing, lastly, would be to say that for the conservation to be taken at a personal level, some initiatives of some subsidiaries from the government along with the privates, or some basically to have an incentive-based approach. For example, the heritage license for any boutique hotel or restaurant, if it is a heritage property, there are a lot of leeways that are there so that you get those licenses. You can open a bar along with 5 rooms or something like that, where it's profitable for them also to develop the heritage and for the government also. So taking such steps would definitely, I think, will make an impact. Thank you.
Next is Sayam Mulani and Johan Patel.
Good afternoon. My name is Sayam and my co-author is Johan. We are both architects, recently graduated from Mumbai University. And today we are presenting our thesis as resource papers titled Cultural Resilience, a potential way forward for the preservation of Indian metropolitans. So as a lot of our discourse has been today also about like how the development of is progressing at a very rapid stage in our country, especially that a lot of our heritage and socio-cultural fabric is being neglected just to perhaps push globalization or Western aspirations of growth and modernization. So what exactly is that doing? A study in 2019, which was the livability index, ranked Mumbai as 119 worldwide. And that low score is basically attributed to a lack of public social infrastructure and lack of government initiative and bylaws to support institutes that can hold public spaces. So yeah, the sort of project looks at trying to envision public space or the public realm from the lens of cultural resilience. So what is cultural resilience exactly? Cultural resilience for a city is its ability to retain its authentic essence while adapting to a rapidly changing environment. So the project aims to understand how our cities and its culture can be made resilient to balance the need for globalization while still catering to preserving local culture. Again, a lot of the discourse that Menon in the beginning sort of highlighted. The study sort of in the background started with looking at native towns or native town areas of Bombay, perhaps 150 to 200 years old, and how some of them have stayed relevant. Perhaps how we view them or their perception has changed, but still stayed relevant and aspirational, while some have definitely declined over time. This slide is to sort of give an overview of our entire project as we detail out in the coming slides. And what we notice is that in a lot of these neighborhoods, what was very specific was a cultural core which made it possible for a lot of these neighborhoods to stay relevant over time, to keep adapting. Sometimes it was a typology, an architectural typology, or sometimes it was just simply the social cultural fabric, perhaps common religious attributes, stuff like that. And a lot of times we were able to sort of track it down to, if it was a built space, we understood it as propelling heritage, which is something that is, the theory is given by Aldo Rossi. Looking forward, what we sort of try to summarize in this paper is that we try to provide for research framework of how to locate these spaces which have the potential to hold social cultural fabric while adapting to globalization, to map them, to identify these culturally significant places, and perhaps in a way to try to formulate a methodology, although still very crude in our paper, try to formulate a methodology where at least the core values can be identified, and perhaps that can be changed and applied based on the context. So again, what is exactly city resilience? Resilience for any city is the ability to withstand, respond, and adapt readily to any kind of adversity so that the people living and working there can thrive and survive. And much like most of our metropolitans, there's a big need for cultural resilience. So the city can keep retaining the authentic essence, whether that the definition of how we define authentic essence is obviously very context based, and how that can be used to adapt to as the sort of fabric entirely changes. So going into how we sort of came about with the framework is we understood the endemic neighborhoods such as Girgaon, Dadar Parsi Colony, Bhuleshwar and Baikala. While some of these stayed relevant based on maybe how a certain architectural typology was, we understood what kept them relevant. Sometimes it was a sense of belonging, as in the case of the other Parsi colony. Yes, of course, also the means to conserve them, but a sense of belonging that this is the community space. This is how the community should look like. A sense of ownership. A lot of Girgaon has a lot of native towns, or as we call it, urban villages, where even though there aren't bylaws to preserve some of these houses, the community itself is taking initiative to try and safeguard themselves, to try to prepare reports, try to tie up with NGOs. And then maybe it's imageability. Perhaps a simply sort of something that is grade 2A or 1 existing in a locality is helping preserve its larger network. And sometimes it is simply being a part of a larger collective, where because it is a native town, it ties together the rest of the native towns which are all integral to Bombay. Perhaps that is what is helping preserve the space. Another key understanding of how we looked at creating the framework was understanding different types of heritage spaces and their role in preservation. So again, taking from Aldo Rossi's theories of how he categorized the types of heritage spaces, one being propelling and the other being pathological. So the pathological heritage is something that we can understand as, we tag it as grade 1 in India, but it's something that is simply monumentalized, Gateway, India Gate, stuff like that. While that is definitely a place marker, it doesn't necessarily, as we've been discussing, sort of propagate or facilitate natural dynamism of culture. It is a monument. It definitely promotes tourism and has that kind of funding. On the other hand, propelling heritage, a lot of times, as noticed, is not necessarily heritage that is categorized or preserved architecturally. They're usually categorized as 2B and 3, which by definition by MMR HCS promote streetscape, promote that sort of dynamic culture, but aren't sadly preserved or conserved. So what is the workaround then? And these propelling heritage are very important as they can be a landmark for the community, especially. They can be a driver, they can facilitate the sort of activity happening there, whether it's socio-economic or occupation-based, and definitely holds a lot of local historicity. Perhaps it is not of tourism value or cultural value for the entire nation, but definitely is to retain that sense of ownership that the community at the local level feels. Yeah, so at a broader idea, what we came up with is sort of these 5 core values that we feel can be adapted based on the context to be able to perhaps initiate preservation. How we're seeing it as that sometimes because of a lack of grading, conservation is not always possible. It's not, the direct route is not necessarily viable. So how do we go about it? Which would be, as we've been discussing or as we found, was to find a cultural core. Is it a practice? Is it a space? Is it something that the people are associating themselves with? What are the different semi-sacred spaces that align with it? Say if it's a temple, then the flower vendors become the semi-sacred spaces over there, or the dharamshalas, stuff like that. What are these sort of intangible influences, which is again, if it's a market, then it is the entire food narrative. So how do you uphold that? How do you support the whole framework so that eventually perhaps a push can be taken or put forward to be able to provide for conservation? So here we sort of went about 2 sort of cases between our 2 theses. The first looked at how can we locate a heritage space. So we looked at archival maps and tried to map it with existing situations of how the islands used to be of Bombay and what their semblance has today, to be able to really narrow down what has happened to the native towns and their heritage. What we found is that grade 2B and 3, again the most vulnerable ones, were located in Ward E. So perhaps that is a place where we can apply this resilience framework. We conducted a series of mappings where we tried to locate these vulnerable heritage spaces, and we overlaid it with newer infrastructural development to see how that fabric is being threatened, or what, where is really that hotspot. We did that essentially because we understand that by the role of modernization, the fabric is about to change for sure. But perhaps using again theories like skeleton of city, that even if the physical environment changes, how can we still retain that main skeleton? Can we still retain the culture even if the whole look changes of the neighborhood? Taking a deeper look into the hotspot that we identified, we understood that this entire fabric, which is has several disparate heritage spaces, particularly the Baikala station, which came up as early as CST, one of the earliest stations. While that is definitely conserved and preserved, a lot of the other spaces are not, because again, they fall under grade 3 and 2B. The Baikala market, which was as relevant as Baikala station and holds as much public value, has no heritage listing. So while a new development of a bridge came about, it is crudely sort of passing above the market, completely foreshadowing it, which is quite the essence of what everywhere we're seeing in India now. Development is continuously overtaking culture. So what we identified is that while there is no cultural core over here in this disparate several heritage spaces, perhaps treating it as a precinct or trying to work towards making it as a precinct is the way towards preservation. And perhaps that market which is now being destroyed, even if that entire look changes, because again, it's not heritage, not by any means, architecturally at least, perhaps reimagining it, redesigning it, or even holding that skeleton together can perhaps facilitate it as the cultural core. Applying the same framework to this case, we could see that perhaps, again, making the market as a cultural core could help define the precinct in a way. The several heritage spaces could be made as markers to tie together whole space as a larger network of public spaces of importance. The culture inherently could be reinforced with a larger food narrative. And of course, integrating a larger program for how these municipal markets should be used, how much importance they should be given to be able to treat the urban fabric as a whole, provide for those newer issues that are propping up of no parking. You know, these simple issues are what correcting them can simply add to the public dimension. Going to our second case, I would like my co-author to sort of. Yeah, it is the sort of part, but we're just applying the same framework to another site to be able to show the how relevant it could be.
Okay. Thank you for passing the mic over. I'll really try to keep it short as possible. Yeah. So while Siam covered how to look at culturally significant spaces which have a core, this study looks at culturally significant spaces. So Siam looked at spaces which does not have a core. This study looks at a culturally significant space which has a core, but the culture is fading away, which is the Parsi culture, which is sadly fading away faster than the population. So the study looks at understanding the basics at grassroots level, how Zoroastrian culture revolves around beliefs of reverence towards nature, particularly looking at the last rite rituals and commemorations and architectural spaces that evolved around these nuanced spaces. Also known as the Tower of Silence or Dokmenashi. It is among the most culturally significant Zoroastrian sites, yet much of its history remains obscure and it's being steadily lost. So tracing back the narratives all the way to Uzbekistan, we started understanding where the ritual originated from, where there is almost no Tower of Silence left, since due to fading away Parsi population, and where Parsis first landed in India, Sanjan, there is just one Tower of Silence left, which is an archaeological site, which makes the site in Mumbai, which we are looking at currently, the only functioning Tower of Silence, which makes it even more crucial to save the practice, and by doing so, saving the faith at large. So this underscores the urgency to developing a framework for resilience, one that protects not only the built heritage but also the culture keeping at its heart. And to just quickly conclude, I'd like to say for both our cases, it's more than just preserving a physical structure. It's a fight to sustain a vanishing culture and to honor its traditions. Just thank you. Oh.
Next we have Mrudula Tathavarti.
Hi everyone, I'm Rudula. I'm the last speaker for the day, so please stay with me. My paper is about the social impact of 20th century town planning with Shivaji Park at the center of it, like the precinct around the park to be more specific. So as everyone knows, Bombay or Mumbai is an eclectic mix of different architectural styles and movements, right? There is neoclassical, there is neo-Gothic, and there is Art Deco. People mostly know about the Art Deco around Marine Drive and near the Oval Maidan, both of which are in the southern tip of the city. So Shivaji Park gets kind of overlooked outside of the city. It's a grade 1 heritage park. It has produced a lot of legendary cricketers, and it has been the center of a lot of political movements. Before independence, it was established in 1927, so years leading up to the Indian independence. So there were a lot of political rallies for independence that happened. And after independence, it was the center for the Samyukta Maharashtra political movement. My paper basically talks about, the intersection of urban planning, the architectural heritage of the precinct, the community cohesion that is resulting because of these factors, and the challenges it's facing in with the contemporary needs of the city. So let's begin with why suburbanization happened in Mumbai. So as we, Mumbai is an island city and most of it was concentrated in the south. So when Bombay plague in 1896 happened, the British government mainly believed that it was caused due to the overpopulation in the native settlements that were in chawls in, say, Girgaon, Kalba Devi, Bhuleshwar, other places. So as a measure to decongest the south, suburban areas were developed. So the first suburban areas that were developed were Dadar, Wadala and Matunga. And Shivaji Park is a part of Dadar and old lower Mahim. So Shivaji Park was initially established in 1925. A whole precinct was planned around it, complete with schools, hospitals, and also a college. It also has a gymkhana of its own, a swimming pool. So it was really exemplary of 20th century Mumbai town planning, which were, self-contained townships of their own. These are some examples of the building. This is called Lakshmi Vilas. The pillars here are fashioned as lotus because lotus is the Vahan of Lakshmi goddess. The grill here, as you can see on the window, is shaped like a frozen fountain, which is the staple motif in Art Deco buildings, right? And of course, there is the raised eyebrow balconies. And a lot of these buildings were built and designed with, considering Shivaji Park as like the living room of the people residing in these buildings. So they always looked outwards and about the community. So this is another example of a building. It's called Gayatri Nilayam. It has a courtyard in between the apartment complex, which I found very unique. It's reminiscent of a Vada system house that is a traditional style of Maharashtrian house. So this courtyard runs through 3 floors, ground plus 2. So people, like all the residents, could like really interact with each other. All the children used to play in this square. And now you see there's a small temple of sorts where people could gather for prayers. And there's also an angan at the entrance of each ground floor level flat, where people could sit and chit-chat with their neighbors, see what's going on the road or in the park. So it really encouraged people interacting with each other and being outdoors. Another aspect that I didn't really picture here, maybe I can look for it, is the katta. As you can see, there are 2 guys sitting over there. It's the low-lying boundary wall of the park. So that still today serves as like the meeting hub of all the residents there across age groups, where people sit after going for their morning walks. They have political debates there, and it's really like the living room of that neighborhood. So yeah, another unique aspect is the typology. As you can see, there are like a unique way of showing the building names in Marathi, in Devanagari. Now we are talking about the evolving neighborhood and the challenges to the heritage character of the park precinct. So one of the main problems is the poor maintenance of the buildings. which causes them to be dilapidated, because of which the residents are very de-incentivized from living inside these heritage apartments. They're actually positively motivated to ascend to redevelopment because of that. It can be seen because in 2014 there was actually a proposal put forth to give a heritage grading to the whole precinct, but it was vehemently protested against because people said that we can't live in these dilapidated structures anymore. Crux of that problem is the Pagdi system. As you can see the last point, it's a form of rental control before that was there since before independence, with which the tenants can co-own the property by paying a lump sum amount at the time of occupancy, at the initial time of occupancy, and then they give a nominal rent to the landlord. So that by that, the disadvantage is that tenants pay a ridiculously low amount of rent, which really doesn't correspond with the market prices. So the landowners, the landlords really are disadvantaged with that. And also the tenants, because the maintenance of the building can't be taken care of anyone, are living in a building that is not in a very good shape, and they don't have a lot of contemporary facilities. Also, a lot of these buildings are 1 RKs, 1 BHKs, 2 BHKs. And since at least the 10-15 years, we need more space for each family members. We need more privacy because of the individualistic needs of our society. So that is another problem that I interviewed my friend who lives in the precinct. So she said that. And of course, skyscrapers are seen as a sign of modernity. So a lot of residents are positively view redevelopment, because a lot of them think that that is our only chance to live in a skyscraper and have like the aerial view. Yeah, the issues, however, with the skyscraper is that it completely disregards the cohesion that original buildings had. Like all of them were ground plus 2 or ground plus 1. So there were no physical barriers there between the buildings. People could interact with each other quite easily. There was a connection between the building and the street. This development unfortunately creates like a physical barrier between the residents and the street and also their neighbors, which also kind of gives off like a perceived notion of progress, which sort of is disturbing the social cohesion of the neighborhood, which is not part of the Shivaji Park culture. It also affects the land to building ratio. Originally, it was the 1/3 of the plot only could be built over, but now that's not being followed. So the other original buildings lack ventilation because a tall skyscraper has come in front of them. And of course, there's a lot of deforestation that happens around these buildings. The last point is that it puts immense pressure on the resources of the precinct by increasing the population by a lot. So 10 years ago, Adarkar architects made a case for conservation, and they said that the existing 28 redevelopment projects increased the population by 48%. And this was 10 years ago. And since then, they estimated that in the future, it will increase more than 300%, even if the project stayed at like 7 floors. Yeah, when I was researching, I came across this ad, which is a redevelopment ad, using Shivaji Park and the Heritage Precinct as a selling point, but they're actually demolishing the actual building and erecting a glass tower in place of it. Yeah. A lot of people look towards Oval Maidan for in a comparison, but I look towards Miami Beach district because economic situation is like very relevant in both the cases. I think that Oval Maidan, the residents of Oval Maidan have the means for conservation, which made it easier for them to advocate for it, and a lot of awareness as well. But unfortunately, economic consideration is a big problem in Shivaji Park. Yeah, here the case is similar. There are 800 buildings that were constructed between 1920s and 1940s to pastel perfection. The buildings feature a lot of distinctive characteristic decorative elements, typology, which are very visually striking. But by the 1970s, they had fallen into disrepair and they were facing demolition. Thankfully, Miami Design Preservation League stepped in with education drives for the community to first of all tell them about the value of the character of the space, then bring in regulations which would, I'll wrap it up, which would regulate, the future development and also give sort of a plan for the future so that it's not a open air museum anymore. Yeah, so I think it's very relevant because I have similar recommendations for Shivaji Park. So even though redevelopment is a necessary thing in big cities like Mumbai, where like there's a lot of pressure on resources, I think it should be reconsidered in cases like Shivaji Park, where the whole precinct has a important cultural and historic value. So it shouldn't be the first solution for the way forward. So first thing is adaptive reuse can be done of the heritage buildings. Then economic incentives for heritage conservation, such as transfer of developmental rights for the landowners and the tenants if they co-own the property. Then in case that there are new developments, they should adhere to the zoning laws, like the vertical development should be limited so that it's cohesive with its surroundings. And of course, the architectural elements should also be taken into consideration. Another important thing is community-centric urban design should be adopted for the new developmental projects, because the community cohesion is like a very big part of the culture in the heritage precinct. So the new spaces should feature communal spaces for the same. And of course, zoning and advocacy would be like the first step to do all of this, achieve all of this. Thank you.
If all the chairs and the speakers could just come forward for the discussion, we'll just have a short discussion because there isn't much time left. So please come forward quickly.
So I think this is the last session for today, and I think it's a very interesting theme and very relevant theme. Thank you to all the presenters, because these presentations were really interesting, and thanks, Parul, for inviting me to chair this session. I was particularly, I think it's very relevant today that we are looking at our cities, how the development pressures are, really stressing the cultural heritage. So cultural resilience becomes a very critical component. And all the presentations were very interesting. I'm familiar with most of the cities, so it was good to look at the details that you went into. I will just specifically ask questions to each one of you because there are some very relevant points that have come across. So starting with the Ekam Kshetra, which is also on the tentative listing, for UNESCO, and it was also initially during the smart city. In fact, it was the area that was first voted for to be taken up into smart city. Yes. But then the community and the people themselves felt that they need to take another area. So the government, which was keen on taking Ekam Kshetra, instead of that, they took the newer area. So again, I mean, it's different situations. Like in case of Jaipur city, it was actually taken up because they wanted it. So it also shows that the residents of a city may prefer, cultural identity or, association with cultural aspects, and in other cases they may not. In Ekam Kshetra, I think there were, you compared it with Varanasi and Ayodhya. And specifically what I was looking to see in your presentation was specific aspects, about the mathas that were demolished, or how it changed the urban character, and what did the residents lose. So maybe because of shortage of time, you didn't cover. I'm sure you've. So I would like you to, to respond on that specifically.
We have actually, we have documented all the mathas, and we had a conversation that time with the owners that they are not willing to demolish them because it's a revenue generating factor for them. But actually we are not able to get in touch with them after the demolition project. So we are not sure how they are reacting, but through the news and the reports which we have been studying as a literature, they don't want to be just left out from the place, because the displacement has made them lose their economy actually. There is a guarantee by the government that because of these development projects they will actually get the revenue more, because there will be the more downfall of the tourism and all. But somewhere we feel that tourism is still there. And it is going to be same. I mean, if you are opening up more, maybe the downfall will be more, but how are they going to accommodate all the customers, and where? Because now the space is not there. In front of the Lingaraj temple, there were the all the shop owners for the puja samagri and all. So now you are shifting them, then who is going to go to the other side and buy? Everyone wants to buy it in front of the mandir itself. So what we are telling is there should be a approach of development. We are not stopping the development, because development is going to happen. But we need a approach which is community centric, which gives them economies also. And at the same time you are doing the development without having this cultural identity lost in the places. So that's why we compare the Varanasi and Ayodhya, because the same situation has happened to both the places. The people who are, their houses are demolished and they are removed from their places, they are not happy. No, not even people in Ayodhya. So we cannot stop the development, but we can at least have a different perspective for the development. And for that we can have, all of us together, we can move forward and have an approach which we can give to government, that this can be followed for all these culturally heritage sites.
Right. So before I move forward, should I ask my questions to everyone, and then you do it alongside?
Yes, please.
Fine. So, okay, thanks for this response. Now, for Abhilasha, like Jaipur is something I'm very, very familiar with. So, I just wanted to tell you that in the walled city, you said Havelis are not included, but they are inscribed in the World Heritage City. Okay. So, or in the walled city also, all the Havelis are part of the World Heritage.
Okay, no, so there are some pockets which are, I think,
no pockets. All the walled area, within the walls, all the 9 chokris are inscribed.
Including the internal names.
Every structure.
Okay,
Yeah. So you had, of course, interesting examples. Johari Haveli is a benchmark in itself. So I'm not going to ask you about the inside walled city because that's very much sort of fixed. Yeah. But you talked about the development pressures outside, and you specifically looked at, of course, one point was because you were talking about housing. So I was wondering why you didn't mention Vidyadhar Nagar, which was, is an example where it is a copy of the or inspired by the historic city. But what I found interesting was in the axis that you spoke about. You're talking about the new hospital that is a tall structure rising behind Albert Hall. And then you talk about the JKK, which is there. And then you talk about the World Trade Center, and you showed the Jaipur, the gateway. Yeah. So these are very different. And what I want to ask you is, now these are, disparate examples of iconic architectural landmarks that everybody is trying to create. So what is your, you said that some kind of study is recommended, right. But I want to understand what do you feel is the right approach, because these 3-4 are really different in terms of their approach. So is there one particular kind that you are recommending, or a process that you feel for this entire urban character? Of 20th, 21st century, yeah.
So, ma'am, particularly, I did not speak about Vidyadhar Nagar because when it was made, it was entirely new. What I wanted to point out was towards the already built structures which are undergoing construction again, so to say, one thing. So, hence I specified especially the C scheme. When it comes to the axis, I think a more sensitive approach is needed because I also feel that there is an inclination towards making more monumental developments, so to say, so that they create benchmarks. But where the problem is that when it is not done with sensitivity, especially now that we live in an age of social media and the world is in our hands, basically. So what problem it makes is that a lot of people also perceive the Patrika Gate in particular as a heritage monument in itself when it is not. So my recommendation is that even if we are following a traditional way of architecture to create a building, the approach should be more sensitized in terms of, even if we are using architectural elements, so to say, they need to basically follow at least the basic principles of it. The point is that even with the modern developments, the buildings speak for themselves, which is fine. They speak of the time that they are made in. But when it comes to structures which use traditional elements in particular and not the entire principle of it, what happens is misinformation. And hence it impacts the perception with the entire public. So I think, as I mentioned in what I was talking about, that I feel a more diversified body is recommended, at least from my side, that of urban designers, of conservation architects. And because right now in the government, even when they're trying to promote heritage, it's basically engineer based. When it comes with urban designers and every people with different sort of specializations, I think a collective thought will end up making it more sensitized. For example, there is a heritage cell where the proposals get approved, basically, that what can be done, what cannot be done. But there is still a gap that needs to be filled.
Okay, so probably you're suggesting something like DUAC, the Delhi Urban Arts Commission, for new areas of Jaipur, which might be a point. Of course, the Jaipur Patrika Gate is quite an interesting case study, I would say, because I, as an expert, when I see it, I feel, oh, it's not heritage, but when I see its impact, so I would, in fact, going to the next, speakers, I would, consider whether it has actually helped in cultural resilience. Yeah. That was a space which had nothing cultural, but it actually was created, and it's become like a, hub in the evening, and everybody relates or links to those styles and Jaipur as such.
Yes.
So, now if I look at it critically, and I keep my expertise aside, then as a resident of Jaipur, it's a great place. It
Of
links to
course.
the city identity. So that is something probably we need to look at, whether sometimes, the copying is working for the general public. And when we are saying community centric, then should we, put our intellectual glasses and say, no, it has to be a elite designer oriented kind of a thing.
If I
So,
can add
yeah.
a little bit to the perspective that you just shared. So I have been interviewing professionals as well and other people, and I've been talking about this. One of the perceptions that also came in was that the true heritage for general public is the city palace, and which is still intact in its form. They find it a little bit inapproachable, but with the setting of Patrika Gate, they can experience that heritage whenever they want. So that is one of the primary reasons that it has become so popular massly.
So that's definitely an interesting case, I would say. For the Mumbai studies, both the presentations, I think those were very well, presented, the methodology, the analysis that you had. And my questions are somewhat similar, because I think, the resilience framework is interesting, and you used it in two cases where there is a core and there is not a core. So that's a very good example. And, you could take examples, like we said, where certain cores have been created and whether they have been successful or they can be called core or not. What my question, and the Shivaji Park also, very interesting, especially when you say Oval Maidan, and the point that they are already aware, and that's how it became a World Heritage Site they are conserving vis-a-vis Shivaji Park, which is something we see in the Jaipur historic city, because that affluence and awareness is not as much there, though the government rules are there. But my question for both the Mumbai presentations is regarding the grading. Grading system is something we've been using since ages. It started with the Mumbai and Hyderabad bylaws. And I really question this grading, whether it is valid or not, because this is again something colonial or what has been given to us, that this should be grade 1, 2, 3. And in your cases, you've seen the moment you get into grading, it becomes individual structures and the whole urban aspect is lost. So in that sense, would you really review grading as a system? Do we need something more of an urban level for protection? In your recommendations, in the last one, like I saw in the slide, you're saying preserving architectural landmarks. So again, that is saying, okay, in that sense, we can't grade everything one and just preserve everything, right? So my question to both of you is, and especially with the Mumbai case, is do you feel grading is really the way to go? What could be the other solutions for the city?
Okay. So I think part of our presentation also tried to highlight that the grading system, while it works for grade 1 or the very monumentalized heritage spaces for conservation for sure, it definitely completely disregards, as you mentioned, the urban fabric, the larger networks, and especially the nuanced street level experiences of dynamic culture that happens on a day-to-day. So while I do not have an answer of what should be the other way to look at it, I think an example which actually drove both of us to look at our specific cases was at a symposium like this, where someone was very emotionally speaking about Baikala, but just the restaurant, not heritage, but speaking about it that is what combined all the different religions and diverse communities that occupied Baikala. And that made me really think that, okay, that's not heritage. That is old, but that has nothing technically that can be found on paper.
It's intangible.
It's intangible. So what do you do then? While I completely have no experience of how to try to measure intangible culture, how to even find it, we felt our sort of disparate or different cases were trying to get to the same thing from different point of views, where something is already associated with culture space, and while mine has some sort of historical relevance. So I don't think I have the complete answer yet, but trying to look at history and public use, not even necessarily like how it is viewed or perception, just utility is something that would make a culturally significant space.
Utility for the people.
Utility for the people.
Like has to have meaning rather than
meaning.
utility.
Yeah,
you can
yeah.
because you're talking about the intangible. So I think that's where your solution is.
Yeah.
It's with the community. They
Correct.
value something and how to translate that value into your cultural resilience character.
Yeah, to add to that, I agree. Like, grading system is really arbitrary and it's a top-down thing, and it doesn't really work for either Baikala Market nor Shivaji Park because the community needs to be at the center of it. So I think it's very important to empower the community itself to conserve, first to understand the characteristic of their neighborhood because like at least, okay, thank you. So, yeah, so Shivaji Park residents definitely do value their surroundings, their buildings, but they don't really understand the heritage aspect of it, nor do they have the means to conserve it, right? So I think a civic body which helps the residents with understanding and following regulations, and also like regulation of Pagdi system would be like a very good starting point, because I think Pagdi system as it functions right now, the person I interviewed, my friend, it seems like a lose-lose situation for both the landlord and the tenants, because the existing system, the landlord is losing out on economic progress and the tenant doesn't really have a proper ownership. So their accommodation is also very uncertain. So, and it all results in, deterioration of the heritage of the place. So if TDR is given to the landlord and also there is some incentive, economic incentive from the government or funding from the government to restore the buildings, at least the facades, I think that would be a good starting point.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think if TDR links to the Pagdi system, though of course there are concerns about the TDR being effective in Mumbai. I think in Ahmedabad they tried, which was a bit more effective, especially in the heritage sector. But TDR definitely is one point, and also in terms of urban level, because there are master plans. If we see in Western context, France has these for historic cities. So rather than saying grade 1 or grade 2, it is clear that the entire street is protected. So the street facades, and so basically we need to look at our historic cities, whether they are historic cities, the complete vistas, or like in case of Jaipur, the new complete axis with a certain character. And of course, urban planning is an important component. So that's why I'll now give it to Dr. Neeti Trivedi.
Thank you. I think ma'am has summarized it and asked all the questions very, very well. I don't think I need to say anything. Just a couple of points. Excellent documentation by all of you. The mapping was to the point at all levels. Just from my point of view, I felt that both the presentations need to be tied up together, maybe because of the lack of timing, because you have all the answers, but I couldn't see those answers in the presentation. And very similar points that ma'am has mentioned, I have mentioned it in my notes as well. So I just felt that maybe it needs to be tied up together, that's all. And for you, I had the same question about the chokris that ma'am mentioned. So yeah, that's it. Thank you so much. Do we have any questions?
It was a very impressive visual.
It was for both of our theses actually, so we had a lot more. It was hard to shorten it, as you could tell from the very elaborate presentation.
I have one question. The restaurant in Baikala that you mentioned, is it Regal Restaurant?
No, so that is still there. That was in the presentation. This was called just Baikala Restaurant.
Okay. Yes.
There's a Burger King there in place now. It went over the pandemic.
Yeah, I love the disgust in your face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So any other questions? Or everybody's too exhausted. But do the presenters have any question for each other?
One last question about bike. Because I go through that street every day for work. There is a flyover coming up which really ruins the whole cityscape of the space. What do you think would be an alternative? Because we are more driven towards a car moving city, right?
Yeah.
So
that actually became the start point of my thesis, that again development, because it is a bridge, is taking over the market culture. So first I tried to, for my thesis as well, try to completely negate what if the bridge is not built. Again, idealistically, just to hypothesize. But then we looked at the papers, and because there's an existing flyover which is 100 years old, that is in dilapidated condition, hence you need the new bridge to, again, they statistically prove it, so you cannot defy it, plus they started construction. But what the thesis ended up exploring was that development is inevitable. We as designers then perhaps, or urban planners or designers, need to level up in a way that if from one side, the government side, or as a lot of times the engineering side is not being able to cooperate with the public or design realm, perhaps we need to, again, a little bit more pressure on the urban design side, but that is where design thrives, where there is limitation. Need to coexist with the bridge or with the development and still try to have that urban fabric, which may look completely different. I can't make the market under the bridge or the market to overshadow the bridge. But if somewhere both of them look a part of the public space, maybe that is where the solution lies.
Yeah, I think that's an important point because, I mean, of course, in India, we've seen engineers are dominating everywhere, whether it's architects or urban planners, and that's why our cities are in such a chaos. But the bridges and how they are dealt with in historic cities, that can be actually a symposium in itself, you know, on how to balance. I know in my life, I saw one presentation, and that was from the city of Taiwan, where they showed how near a historic space, which was a public urban space, there was the government made a bridge and like a flyover kind of a thing. And for a few years, the whole space was destroyed. And how the community came back, you know, they raised their voice against the bridge was demolished. So that is one case I see where the newly constructed bridge is demolished and the space is given back to the public. So I think that's where our solution lies, because when it's engineering and all this happens, finally it's the public voice, the intangible and what they value, and as long as they do that, I think that's where we probably will find our solution.
Nowadays, I feel that politically it is driven so much that even when public wants to have their space, they cannot have it. I mean, India is in a very different condition now, I feel.
But India is, I mean, still the largest democracy in the world. So still, I think it may be subdued, it may be, but it will finally come up.
Yeah,
so we should not.
I wish it comes back.
I think we should be optimistic.
Yeah.
We have to be.
Just wondered if like a underground tunnel would be a solution in these situations, because the car traffic is not going to reduce anytime soon. Like we are not in Netherlands that people are going to start cycling.
But I mean, even if we are 50 years behind, you know, like Netherlands, now they are coming back to it. They are going back to cycling. They are going back. And in fact, in smart cities, I was surprised because I heard municipal commissioners saying, let's do pedestrianization, let's do. So a lot of, you know, mind change was there. So we should not give up. Visionaries.
We can introduce e-rickshaws and other facilities which are possible. Like these are the solutions that what we were talking about for the e-commerce kshetra, where they are specifying that there is a lot of traffic and we need to widen up the road. Not necessary widening up the road is only the solution. We can look for different perspectives also. And people are ready to do that. दर्शन करने के लिए कोई कैसे भी पहुंचेगा जिसको जाना है.
Just one last comment I thought I'll, because you were talking about Baikala, I always tell my students that city is a living organism. So you have to understand that, you know, it is going to change, it is going to either grow fat, or it's going to go thin, or it's going to grow tall, 6 feet tall. So you just have to be prepared for it. Even as planners, we try to, have a vision for 20 years. None of us have seen what's going to be there in the future, but we still plan it. So as designers also, we have to understand that, it's a process. And as humans, we adapt. So whatever best we can do out of it and be optimistic with whatever situations come in, I think that could be one way to go forward, because you are young designers, so maybe let's be optimistic.
So thank you, everyone.
Thank
for
you.
this
Thank
session.
you.
Thank you so
Staying back
much.
so late, and thanks to my co.
Yes. Yes.
Please.
Thank you. Yes. Come here. Thank you so much. Thank you, Shivaji. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
I would just like to request Dr. Munjal to please give the closing remarks for the day.
So I thank you all for, of course, the presenters had to be here, the chairs had to be here, but the others who've continued to be in the audience, thanks for being here. And I think we started with a very critical view of, where we are going with this. But it's very promising to see young people come here and present their views and engage with this discourse around heritage, culturally significant places in various ways. A lot of, I think, interesting cases and examples and approaches that we got to see. So thank you very much for bringing all this to the table. And we hope that you will be able to join tomorrow online as well. And we hope to see your faces tomorrow as well, and to contribute to the discussion. And of course, we look forward to your input on the charter as well. So do go through it, those who haven't, and do feel free to send in your views. Even if it comes across as something that's very difficult to read, that's fine. I mean, you can just even tell us that. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you, a very, very big thanks to the chairs, Dr. Shikha Jain, Dr. Neeti Trivedi. Thank you for being here. And I think with this dialogue from passing on from one generation to the other, we hope that our heritage and culturally significant places are in good hands. So thank you very much, and hope to see you all tomorrow online. Thank you so much. Thank you.